Good morning, everybody. How are we today? Oh, picking up where I left off last. Trying to switch out some equipment too while I'm at it. Oh, got too much equipment to swap out. How's it going, Henry? Ow. Shop, sell, go. Yeah. It's kind of a feeling alright day, so I'll take advantage of it while I can. I'm just winding up on Kubi. Alright, you. Oh, that's right. I gotta fix this. I've been messing with things. They were not going according to plan yet. Trying to get him to raid me? Well, that would be awesome. But no worries. Alright, you're empty. You can get to the shop, sell. Default, shop, sell, send. Perfect timing. Ow. Mark 01922, welcome, welcome. What was I doing next? I don't remember where I was. Oh yeah, way down over here. Make sure you're running. Alright, you're going. I need to make sure you're going. Oh, I should have another one of those trucks over here somewhere. Do I have a tender truck down here somewhere? Or did I not? I don't remember. I don't remember. I do. It's right there. How's it going, Manuel Paul? How are you this morning? Let you sit there for a minute and do that. You're running, you're running. One more over here. You're going now. Just put the baby down so you can play for a bit. Nice. I am trying to pick up where I left off last time. I was trying to make a adjustment to my seeder and it didn't work out so well. Gonna take some more work. Before I can get it to do what I want to do. That's alright, Henry. It happens. I appreciate the try, but it happens. Not worried about it. That should wrap up that field. Yes, alright. Over to 69. I was going to put hops over there, I think. Yeah, that's right, I was. I was going to put hops over there, because... Ooh. Those two big gaps in the field. Well, I appreciate you trying, Henry. Nonetheless. All depends on the streamer, Henry. How's it going, Mr. Marvelous? How are you this morning? Cajun Gamer, how are you? Hops. Hippity hops. Anyway, did get the power plant up and Corny is making glass. Not that you're not ready, but there is kind of an order of operations. And glass is something you don't typically need till much later on. Thank you for that follow, Mr. Marvelous811. I appreciate it very much. I'm doing alright this morning. Just trying to get some planting going and lagging my system out with so many things being on auto drive. Thank you for that follow, Star Plays 173 Y3. I appreciate it. How are you doing this morning? First time watching? Well, I appreciate the follow. And I hope you enjoy. Thank you for that follow, Cajun Gamer. Did watch the video link you posted, that helped a lot. Yeah, there's a lot of good videos out there for getting things rolling on this. You got a bridge built? Nice, that's awesome. Once you get that first one down, you tend to kind of get on a roll, and then you can just start pushing them out. That's where I was. I've still got a couple left to do, but I took a break from bridge building to get some of my factories built over the winter time, and it ate up all my steel. I'll get the last few bridges built soon. like a glove. There we go. Set you on your merry way. I should do the trick. I hope. You're doing your thing, you're doing your thing. You're on a roll, I need to get over here and start getting rid of some stuff. I need to send you to Hilltop. Consolidating some equipment. Alright, I need to go auger wagons, design color, New Holland blue, ribbon color white, triple, the lizard, standards, one there, ribbon color yellow, John Deere, buy, oh no, Stack Ray, Case IH, and you know what, we're gonna go Fendt Nature Green. Yeah, we'll change up the Fendt one a little bit and do that. There we go. Where do I get these mods? I've got a lot of different mods from all over. Thank you for that follow, calling marker 78. I appreciate it very much. How are you this morning? A lot of my mods typically come from fs19mods.com. At least I should say any of the ones that aren't out of the mod pack. Thank you for that host calling marker. A lot of these come from the PV County mod pack, and then the ones that don't typically come from FS19 mods. I'm just trying to consolidate some things. Could not sell it because it's in use. Can I sell it now? Thank you. Ouch. But let me hit that button quick. This button, PV Community. Mods. Team. PV County. There's the link to the PV County mod website. That'll get you the majority of the mods that I use on this map. Helper I has completed their task. Get up to Hilltop. Which one was Helper I? Ah, the one over here. You missed a strip down the whole edge. Helper I. None of that stuff now. You need to finish the whole field. Alright, I need... Oh, let's see, trucks. Here, we're gonna go... Main color... That'll work. That one... yeah, we'll go with the rack. Alright, you need the John Deere one. Still have to learn auto driving course plate. It takes a little bit. I'm still learning quite a bit with it too. Got that truck, and you still have to unhook to unload all the pallets. It could be a combination, Henry, of options on it. If you look at the collision box, it's a little different than some of the other trucks. But I haven't messed with it much to know for sure. I just like this one. You need to go to Johnson Farm. I need to get... Do I have a truck up at Fent? No, I don't. I don't have one up at the Fent Farm yet. Stainless, mirror color. Let's see, what else do we have for colors? Yeah, I'll go with that. Making a list of tutorial videos that need to be made. Dedicated server for teaching the game and making tutorial videos. Oh, I got the wrong tires. Wasn't paying attention. Got the wrong tires and the wrong engine. That one, that one, that one. That one. Customize. Ouch. 66 grand. That hurts. Alright, you can head to Hilltop Silo. That I need to find over here. Yeah, you can head to the shop sell point. And I'm gonna buy another truck. Rim color. Fuel tanks, stainless, mirror color. Yeah, that'll work. Yes, Nokians, Ace Rack, that. Y'all love your long nose conventional. Yeah. Not a big fan of stub nose trucks. This one doesn't have a Jake brake on it. But I am a fan of a Jake brake. Helper Charlie. Where's Helper Charlie? Which one of you guys is Helper Charlie? That must be you, I'm guessing. Nope, you're not Helper Charlie. Are you Helper Charlie? No, but you're gonna be empty in a second. Helper Charlie must be over here. You're out of seed. Alright, well. Did my vehicle get here yet? It did. Alrighty. You're still not empty, dude? There. Now you can go over to the shop sell point with the rest of it. So I can get ready, yeah? Condensing. I had too many of those things. I think I had 8. Condensing down, or I can use this for 3 of them. Point 1, I need seeds. How do I not have any seeds down here? Well, that's not good. Let's get over here then. I got a couple of seed makers. I just didn't realize I was out of seed. Down at my farm down there, at least. Hadn't realized I hadn't sent any down there yet. Default. There we go. A new mod is needed. What mod's that, Henry? This dump truck? This dump truck's the same one that Dave uses. The mods by 5.9 Cat. Oh, the prior truck? The Seed Express? It's nice, but it only has one compartment in it. So you can only get, you can only bring out one thing at a time for your vehicles. How much do I have in there? That should hopefully get me by down at, Hilltop for the time being. Or Dusty Lane, I should say. Dusty Lane Silo. Off you go. Alright. Lower. Thank you. Domino Sugar's next on your list. Nice. S. Auto width. Down 1 increment. Off on you. Alt E. Did I, for that dump truck, did you edit the capacity? Just the XML. Got the vineyards up and running? Yeah, I haven't touched the vineyards much. They're on my list. Yeah, and typically you'll never have to edit the capacity in Giants Editor, it's just the XML files. Yes, a little bit. I brought it up to 500,000. I think it starts base with 60, if I recall. How's it going, bad lad? I'm doing alright. Kind of excited my new computer chair will be here today. The concrete mixer truck's not bad. It's handy for dealing with the concrete without having to deal with the pallets. My only complaint with it really is its drivability. It's really slow. And top heavy. But I've been trying to make some tweaks to it to see if I can't improve on it. I've gotten it to go a little bit faster, but not a lot. So I've still got to do some more tweaking to it. Thinking of getting a farming server. Nice. You have a... Are you going to try and put PV County on, or do you have another map in mind? Metallic paint, though. Shining in the golden sunlight. Yeah, I do like metallic paints. Thinking of 4x till Dave fetches out the server. Yeah, that's probably a good bet. That's probably a good bet. This is a great map, but it is very, very tough on servers. Which one? Eureka Farms. I don't think I've looked at that one yet. Try PV Industries. There you go. Yeah, this map wouldn't be bad with a few tweaks done ahead of time for doing multiplayer. Essentially, if you could get all the bridges built ahead of time, and then keep a lot of the industries to a minimum, it would help out a lot with multiplayer. Helper F has stopped work unexpectedly. Tank is empty. Well, Helper F can wait. I'm currently busy. Unfortunately, the way Giants does things, it wouldn't help even keeping spaced out, because the way Giants has things done is they need to update the map for everybody at any given moment, regardless of where they are on the map. Four players on opposite corners of the map. 12-hour shifts. Yeah, see, it's unfortunate because the way Giants has things coded, even if I'm down here minding my own business on Dusty Lane, and somebody else is way up over here on Hilltop doing things, and they start moving pallets, basically what happens is if they start moving pallets up here at Hilltop, the game has to update me down here on every single thing those pallets are doing. So it creates a lot of lag on the system or on the server for having to update everybody. And if I've got a really low ping, say something like 80 milliseconds, and the guy up on Hilltop has 1,000 millisecond ping, I'm gonna always be buffering because of his ping rate. Does that make sense? It unfortunately creates a lot of issues with the with the way the game does things, because it doesn't Doesn't do itself a lot of favors. Alright, I need lime and seed in this. And fertilizer, even though I don't have the seeders set up, I might as well get it filled up. Oh, excuse me. Start with seeds. So we all play at the worst ping rate, even if we could. Yes. It will all lock you guys to the whoever has the worst ping rate on the server. That's the ping rate you guys will basically all be playing at. Yep, that's the best way to put it. That is the best way to put it, Henry. It doesn't matter. I mean, you could have less than 100 millisecond. One person has 1,000, and everybody's gameplay is ruined by that one person. That will help, but it's not going. It's not the be all end all on it. The map still has a lot going on regardless. Like I said, if all of the bridges and factories were pre-built, and when I say pre-built, basically everything's all built, ready to go. All you're doing is running some of the factories and essentially outputting pallets from a sawmill. So you don't have to worry about running the steel mill as much, or the concrete factory, things like that. If you can cut down on some of that stuff, it would help cut down on a lot of what's going on the server. Yes, the server synchronization is what's really, really poorly implemented by Giants. Is that all I had in here for lime? Oh yeah, that's right. The rest is in my other. Alright, you're out of lime, so let's go take care of that first. We'll take care of this guy first, because he's out of lime. Cutting down a lot of trees helps. Taking a lot of the mining material off the map helps. Don't leave pallets and things like that lying around. And keep equipment to a minimum if you can. So instead of having a dozen seeders and stuff like that, have one seeder or two seeders per farm. You know, keep down on the amount of equipment and keep down on the amount of workers you hire. Because every worker you hire is the equivalent of adding one more person to the server. If that makes sense. You can? Let's see, I need... Oh, what else do I want to plant over here? I don't want tobacco over here. Onions, no. Clover, no. Millet. I have a couple of millet fields. Oat. That's what I'll do, is oat. Not lavender, coffee, no. Not potatoes, not sugar beet. There's oat. This one here I have set up to do everything. It took a little editing on my part, but I've got it set up for everything. There's a big gap right there. What's planted in this field? Sorghum? Yeah. I'll get there, Dale. Relax. What about grass? Could I just erase it with the landscape tool? No. Unfortunately, the landscaping tool, with this setup, will keep grass on your, map. And the only lag that will cause is when you mow it. And it puts fill type on the ground. It will update as you... Alright, set the worker off there. Essentially what will happen is, how's it going, Oppies? As you're updating the map... Wow, that's quite the conundrum you guys have going on over here. You remind me of Boom. Jeez, this is what happened last night with Boom. How much of what you were doing on the fields can be done on a side panel? The Satex side panels are customizable. You can set what the buttons do. So you can do as much or as little as you want with the side panels. It's all dependent on how you set your buttons up. Really? Are you not going to register that you're in the... There. Sell, stupid. There, that'll help. Get a few things off the fields. I know Helper Dale is blocked by an object. Hush you. Wipe out proceeds. One from the heavy equipment bundle. Yeah, that's the Satex side panel. Heavy equipment side panel, Satex side panel. It's a Logitech side panel is essentially what it is. But all of the buttons on it are customizable, so you set the keybinds to whatever you want them to be. When you go into your key binding lists, you'd have a thing in here on the gamepad where you could just literally set them to whatever you want them to be. Oh, excuse me. How's it going, Fern Dog? Oh, I'm doing alright. kind of excited for my new office chair to get here today. I noticed some of the wheel buttons are preset. Are they all preset on the wheel? Yes and no, Henry. Things like the gas pedal, the brake pedal, and stuff like that are preset. But a lot of the other buttons I had to set myself. How's it going? Thank you for that follow, Housemo. I appreciate it. This map is PV County. It's a 16x production map for PC only. But like on here, some of these buttons, because it was a PlayStation wheel that I got, were preset. Other ones I had to set myself depending on the function. But a lot of them came in preset. This gamepad here you can see is the steering wheel, G29 Force Racing wheel. This here is my wireless PlayStation controller. You're doing Red Dirt County? 4X? Nice. There we go. I'm gonna have to fill up my worker over here on field 45 soon. Yeah, I've gotten used to the 16X at this point. I don't think I'd want to go much bigger than this, to be honest. Yeah. The big thing with this game is your processing speed. That is the primary hold up with this particular game. Sad part about having 60. Yeah. How's it going, Wayne? It depends, Potsy. 64X, if the fields are you know, a lot of it depends on the field setups for a 64X. If they're nice, square, with plenty of room around them so you can just set workers off on it, it wouldn't be bad. Cloud-based server isn't going to matter, Henry. Yep, Western Star trucks. They're actually a Fummins helped work on them. Him and his modding group on Facebook helped put those together. They're a pretty nice model. Maybe the next version will... Yeah, hopefully, Potsy. A lot of it depends on their engine. If they stick with the same engine they've got now, then it's not going to make much difference, unfortunately. Alright, I need spot 2. Seeds. His modding group is HD Modding. No, it does not have support for Maize Plus. And the reason it does not have support for Maize Plus is there's too many other fill types already on the map, or fruit types already on the map. All the fruit type spaces are used. So it causes an issue with Maize Plus. Free high-speed internet would be nice. Alright, close cover, seeds. Not a problem. Alright. I will swing this off to that side. Stop you there. Oh, come on, really? Yep, HD modding on Facebook. They're also working on a version where it'll have a dump body on the back of this. But you can unfold to put the tag axle down. You can also you can unfold that. You can open the engine compartment up. How's it going? I almost had you. Good morning, or evening, or afternoon. Yeah, I guess it is relative to your part of the world. Jiminy Christmas. Forgot how big I set the seat on this thing. Alright, there's that. Pipe out for lime. $350-mile-an-hour Fendt. Nice. Rudely awakened after 2 hours of sleep. Now you want to make a map. Well, map making is not as easy as it seems. I know, I've been working on a map for a while and just haven't gotten back to it. I don't know how viable it would be, and at this point I've put so much work into it that I'm concerned it might not work. How's it going, Scurvy? That reminds me, I wonder. Pleasant Valley County. That's the one right there. Yep. I'm not doing too bad. Oh, taking forever to put lime. Put the lime in the coconut. That'll be plenty of cotton, and then I need to figure out what I want to do with those 3 fields. That's right, it's loamy sand down here. Loamy sand, cotton, sugarcane. That's right, I was gonna do tobacco. Did I already do... Let me guess, I already did that in lavender, if I recall. If I recall, I already did this, yep, in lavender, so I'm not going to do lavender down here. Which means... I guess if I do poppy in 81 and tobacco in those two. No, you know what? I'll do poppy in those two and tobacco in 81. That's what I'll do. Do I just need to download the map file, or do I need, the assets, the map file? Oh, to play with industries. Industries. There should be an industries. Yes. There's going to be a PV assets specific for industries. Make sure you get that one. And then there's a PV industries, that map. And I want to say actually there's an everything pack for that one that you can get. Yeah, there's an everything pack, the PV assets, and then the PV industries, and you'd have everything you need for the PV industries map. That's set off. Well, I guess that worker is going to go to town and just keep planting. You goofball. Yeah, I do my share of coding on mods. I guess I'm going to have 3 fields of oats. But I'm going to be smart. I'm going to do this. That way he doesn't crisscross over the road. Workers can be silly. Suppose at some point I'll actually plow all these together. There we go. You're all done. Nice. That's good to see. That is good to see. It'll work. It is indeed, Henry. Actually, as a matter of fact, you know what I'm going to do in a minute here? Get this over here so I can get it in line for being washed. Alright, let's only thing I need to fill you up with right now is lime. Lots and lots of lime. Until I fix my cedar issue. And what did I put in over there? That was carrots. Oh, went right past it. How's it going, Nico? Took me about 4 hours of changing one thing at a time and testing to get the Fendt better. Yeah, it can be arduous at first, especially learning how Giants has everything coded with it. They don't always have everything obvious, I guess the best way to put it. You would think they've got that nice line that says horsepower and it would take care of everything, but it's just a number. I'm doing alright, Nico. Actually thinking in a few moments here, I might take a quick look at one of my side projects and show you guys what I've been up to. See what you guys think. Though it's still a long ways from completion. It'll be a lot of work before I get that. Yeah, exactly. It's just tool operation. Just a number for the game to look at for the sake of running PTOs. The acceleration is all based off of torque and everything else. I actually found Giants has a torque. Is it like it's a torque and something else basically, so you can tell it you want so much horsepower. These are the numbers you should set the gear ratios and the torque to. It's a little bit about modding. Let me save this quick. I turn the autosave back on. Save the game. Pause the game. And where is that file? No. Thank you for that follow, Okie Stone Gaming. How are you doing this morning? Where's my file? That's not the file. That's not the file. No, that's not it. Where is it? It's been so long since I worked on the thing. There it is. This is a little side project I've been working on. Oh, yeah, making a map is out of it. Yeah, it is a lot of work. It is definitely a lot of work. I gotta run a script quick. Where's that stinking script I gotta run? Oh no. Uh-oh. It didn't. Oh, dang it. Yeah, I don't have the script. Well, I won't be able to show you every little detail of it. But, let me... I don't need to show cameras, or lights, or audio sources. There we go. This is a little something I've been working on the side. It's going to be a little glitchy because I don't have my script anymore for the 16x view. But this is, let me move this down out of the way. You can see kind of where the water plane is. I'm going to move it out of the way so you don't see all the crisscrossing. I've still got a lot of painting to do. And a lot of texturing to do. And it will look vaguely familiar. But this is me getting started on a No Man's Land version of PV County. So you can see, you can recognize some of the mines still in the distance there. I've started dropping down some of the hills and the terrain, but one of the things I did is I increased the height map. So what you guys are used to for height differences is way higher than normal. For example, just getting up into this mine here, it's way steeper than it used to be. The coal mine as well. Like this here would be the bauxite mine. These walls are way higher than they would normally be. Because I took the terrain itself and made it taller. This here is that one valley that Dave has the trees in. You can see how tall these hills are. So it's a lot taller than it used to be. But I've also gone and, like, this gravel mine here is completely encased. So your gravel mine in here looks like this. It's got a little pillar in the middle, but it all ends up in a cave. You got your mines over here that once again are are all nice and in caves now. So you've got tunnels through the mountains. You'll still have the bridges to build, but this is that long tunnel through the mountain to the bridge over here. I've now put the entire mountain essentially underneath a tunnel. So you've got your different mines now, all connected with tunnels. Little pillars here and there to... This is a salt area. Up over here is another copper area. This tunnel leads around this way. There's bauxite and sand. Over here you've got another offshoot tunnel with some more salt and sand in it. The desert's gotten a bit of a change. Getting outside my view area. But the desert's now going to be a... can't really see it very well. The desert's now going to be a valley. And I'm hoping to still include a lot of the... there will be some tunnels that you'll still have to blow up. A lot of that stuff is still in the map. There will be a lot of other things still in the map from PB County. The big thing, though, is there won't be things like the power plants and stuff like that. It's going to be stripped down a bit, hopefully making it a little bit more server friendly. Question mark. There will not be a train or a plane. The idea is it's going to be a little bit more low-key. If anybody's familiar with No Man's Land by Alien Jim, that's kind of the model I'm going after. But I recently updated Giant's editor and it didn't carry over my script. You can see I've got to do some work in cutting down, like, if my water level is up here, I've still got a lot of bushes and stuff to paint out and things, but if the water level is in here somewhere, that's a bit of a hill, you know what I mean? So I've got to go through and do a lot of that work still. But one of the fears I have over here, you see this rippling effect on the ground right through here. I don't know if you can see those very well, this rippling effect. Yes, potentially, Henry, but the problem is mining them when you're, or harvesting them when you're done. My concern is that these ripples will affect things like planters and seeders when you're trying to seed over the ground. So it's one of the reasons why I've been hesitant to continue working on the map too much more, where I increase the height, the terrain height. It makes it so you can't actually smooth the terrain as well as it used to be able to smooth it out. See, again, you get all this rippling effect going on the ground. So even when you're trying to smooth the ground out, you still get these ripples and this tearing effect going on in the ground. So I've got some work, quite a bit of work still to do yet on it, but as you can see, I've still got a lot of buildings underneath the ground, roads under the ground. All this stuff is going to have to get moved around and replaced. The trees will have to all get replanted. I'm still working on getting some of the bridges. There won't be as many bridges in this one to build. But I've still got to get them all put back. Every single one of the mine walls all has to be tested out because they've had to be moved. A lot of the tunnels that were in the game before had to be redone. Including quite a few of them taken out. Because it just wasn't feasible to keep as many tunnels in. Ugh, I really wish I had that script right now. But, I mean, this is that bog up north. You can see how steep the terrain is over here. It's 2.5 times steeper for the terrain than it used to be. Here's the tunnel leading down to the coal. All the tops have to still be put on, but this tunnel is way steeper than it ever used to be. I mean, look how steep this tunnel is. You can see that. It's a significant change to the map adding that, but it means everything else has to be moved around and redone. So I don't know if I'm gonna I don't know if I'm gonna try and compress the land back down a bit to get rid of this tearing effect, or if I'm gonna have to start over. But I'll get back to work on it soon. See, all the trees have to get moved back. There used to be a road through here, and I moved it. There's also no more ocean border. Oh, you're not it. Where's my water plane at? So the water plane will be about there. I gotta adjust all the land down to fit the water plane. Actually, in this case, the bogs don't even exist anymore. You can see the bogs don't even exist anymore. They're just flattened out ground. PSE&G would be over here. Or, not PMS, I should say. So, there's a lot of work still to do. And this is how I knew about Walmart before anybody else. There will be some switchback roads, for sure. I mean, like, this whole tunnel here is probably going to get taken out completely and just be a switchback up in. Simply because of the steep, how steep some of these are. It's difficult to keep the same mine walls that Dave was using. So I've had to rethink how I'm doing them. Like over here is one such tunnel. See, it still has the explosives in it. So, we'll see. I'll keep you guys updated as I work on it. I gotta get that script back from Dave. I thought it would have... I didn't even think about it when I updated versions of Giants Editor. Didn't even think about it. But that's what I've been up to. I'm hoping so. Like I said, I've got some concerns I need to address, but it's hard to do until I can get in game with it, and it needs a ton of work to get in game. It's kind of a catch-22. Do I do all of the work that it needs, that I know it's gonna need now? Do I guess at it and hope for the best? So we'll see. I should probably get another one of these to help speed up them. I've got plenty of time to lime. I don't know why I'm in such a rush. Good enough. Good enough. Alright. You're done now. And I said I was going to put up tobacco up north. Tobacco. We'll see if course play is any better now. I updated course play this morning. What would Thomas Edison do? Come up with another way not to make a light bulb. I don't know. Probably help Elon Musk get to Mars. Speaking of Elon Musk and Mars, did you guys see that SpaceX had a new test recently of their re-entry rocket? How it goes into the atmosphere and tips itself before it lands, so it doesn't need a runway. It exploded on landing, but Elon was like, hey, it works. We know what happened. On to the next test. Yeah. It's basically got flaps on it, so it re-enters the atmosphere very similar to the way our current, the current NASA shuttles do. Or the NASA shuttles used to, I should say, because they haven't been used in a while. But it re-enters similar, and then before it gets to the ground, it tilts itself so that it's straight up and down like a regular rocket would be when it launches, and then it slows itself and lands upright, so it doesn't need a runway to get rid of the speed. It can just land vertically. And as it was coming in for its landing, I guess it got low pressure in the tanks, and when the pressure dropped, it didn't slow it down enough. And the thing hit the ground and blew up. Well, that's just it. When you're testing things like that, though, you're not putting the full work up in the rocket. You know what I mean? So in this case, they're built a lot cheaper to test it. He knows that there was issues with the nose cone and some things like that caused the pressure to drop in the tank. So he's already said, all right, with the next two rockets we're going to test for the next phases, we're going to tighten up a few of these things, make some minor changes, but we're on the right path. So I'm not worried about it at all. It was a successful test in his eyes. Like, hey, if you call it a successful test, then, you know, good on you. Exactly. They know how to catch rockets, for crying out loud. The idea with this one was testing the in-air flip, so it enters, like I said, by skimming the atmosphere and slowing itself down, similar to the way the shuttles used to, and then as it starts to get closer to the ground, it flips itself straight up and down, and then lands similar to the way the SpaceX rockets do now. They've got that data. They know how to land them and catch them. So they just needed to make sure it would work to right itself properly before it landed. Yep. I mean, say what you want, but the guy's putting a ton of money into space exploration. That, let's face it, most everybody else is kind of like, yeah, we're good. Well, the idea actually, Henry, is not just Mars, but even the moon. There's no runways there. So if you're bringing a craft that has a lot of supplies, you need a way to land it on the surface safely. And in this case, the idea is you could land it safely on the surface, and it would still be pointing upright for relaunch later on. I'm assuming that's where he's headed with the vertical landing, but it also allows them to, if they pick a really nice spot that would be prime conditions for trying to build a habitat, they don't have to worry about a length for landing. Yep. I think before you know it, he's going to be working on a alternative propulsion method for deep space, and it's going to make getting to Mars a lot faster. Moon Freight Depot. Oh, Bezos? It's possible. I haven't really paid too much attention to Bezos. Oh, me and my penchant for making fields bigger. Why do I make all my fields bigger? Interstellar. Possibly? Is that the one with Jodie Foster? No. Which one's Interstellar again? I don't know. Fern Dog, to be honest with you. I might have. Oh, that's right. I was going to try and use Courseplay on this field. Came up back in 2015 or 14. Alright, it's not the one I'm thinking about. Thank you for that follow, Gravy Train 52008. I appreciate it. How are you doing this morning? Yeah, I think there'll be some interesting stuff going on in the... especially within my kids' lifetimes, as far as space travel goes. Which I think should be pretty amazing to see. It's all those science fiction movies. It's kids grow up watching them all, and they get fascinated by the ideas, and before you know it, they develop the technology that was in movies. Oh, Matthew McConaughey's in it? I don't think I've seen that one then, Fern Dog. I'll have to check it out. I know I do plenty of now that I've got my computer set up differently. I watch a lot of stuff now while I'm playing on one side of the computer. Oh, excuse me. Boo-doo-doo-doo. It's really good. Definitely a mind. Nice. Sounds fun. This one here, Headlands, 2, turn, down, generate course. Yep. I don't like that field. There it goes. Alright. You know what? I'm going to set you off from first waypoint. See what happens. Slowly shaking off the limiting dog. Yeah, I mean, we're only limited by our imaginations. And you know, there's a lot of thank you for that follow, Joker the Bomb. I appreciate it. How are you doing this morning? You know, there's a lot of, well, we can't do things because we don't know how. We've never been able to do it. This is how we've always done it. And sometimes it takes people to come in and kind of shake things up and say, you know what? Let's not get stuck in that way. Alright. I'm going to do course generation 63 headlands around twice. We'll go counterclockwise with this one. Turn in the corners. 35.8. Generate course. This field's gonna get really funky. Alright, that'll work. First waypoint, turn on the field, symmetric. Yeah, let's drive the course. Alright, see how that works there. You ran out of product. That'll work for now. Where's my lime buggy over here? 64. Alright, yeah. If you watch the trailer, I feel like I might have seen the trailer. I just don't remember it. I watch so many trailers and movies, it's hard to keep track of them all. It was in theaters. You went and saw it 4 times in theaters. Wow. That's impressive, Fern Dog. Been a long time since I've been to a movie multiple times in the theaters. New Potato Harvest DLC. Just announced. What are you going on about there, Manuel Paul? Giants. Software. News. On January 26th, FSI Modding and Giant Software Grimmy Equipment Pack. Windrowing potatoes. We're gonna get 3 weeders, 2 planters, 4 new potato harvesters. Nice. A couple of transport belts, some trailers, and a hopper. This right here tells me it's going to be quite a bit longer before we get a new version of Farming Simulator, because they said they were done with DLCs for FS19, and now there's a Grimmy pack suddenly coming out for $5. It's already in the season pass, so I'm good, but toad harvesters. Well, there you go, Dave. Where's Dave? Come on, Dave. Alright, everybody, we need to make sure we challenge Dave to plant potatoes in field 64 and harvest them with a tow-behind potato harvester. Y'all with me? Weeders, new belt systems, a drivable belt system. That's kind of interesting. Couple new trailers. 1.5 meter, 800 liter capacity with potatoes? You are out of your mind. Huh. 13 authentic and top class. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah, it is all small, medium size farming stuff. But they had claimed they were done. So. Alright, that's underway. Yeah, you're probably not wrong, Henry. It did look like it was all very small equipment. I mean, who's going to use a potato planter that only has an 800 liter capacity? That's kind of ridiculous. Supporting the mod contest winners. Yeah, I suppose. I would be interested to see what the revenue sharing is on that. Because clearly if it is being done by an outside modding group, then Giants is charging for it. They had to have, they have to be paying them somehow. I'm curious how much revenue sharing there is in this case. Because that's in my eyes, a slippery slope. They've already been doing a lot of things with the modding community as far as the weird bans that aren't bans and everything else. Now if they're going to start singling out modders to put out paid DLCs, I could foresee it doing a lot of harm to the modding community. I would probably say you're right on that, Manuel Paul. So, like I said, that's why I'm curious to see, like, is there really like a legitimate split to it? Are the modders going to get perhaps a bigger cut than they would otherwise? Because I know when you, from what I've seen and heard discussed with other modders, if you get mods put onto the in-game mod hub, you'll get paid per download. Not a lot, but you get paid some for the download. Thank you for that gifted sub to Nico there, Henry. I appreciate that very much. But, you know, obviously the mod contest winners, yes, it's nice that they're being able to do this, but it becomes the question of, and I don't know the numbers or anything like that, but I've heard discussed that if you have mods on the in-game mod hub, you get paid X amount for so many downloads or whatever, or per download. How does this relate in regards to that? Is it still X amount per sale, and it's not really that much different than a regular mod would be, or is it a bigger share? You know what I mean? I'll be interested to see how it relates. Oh. You're blocked, huh? Well, allow me to move out of your way. I mean, I think it's nice that they're giving them the opportunity to be able to do something like that, but at the same time, would it potentially affect other modders in... I would guess so too. But again, you know, how's it going to affect the modding community? Is it going to upset some people? Because I'm sure it probably will. Alright. I've got... Yeah, I'll stick with the one limer there. Johnson, how are you doing? You need a refill. Lime in the front tank. That's all I'll load it with for now. Unloading. So far, I haven't had any issues with Courseplay. Keyword so far. Swing the pipe out. Dee 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 dee. Alrighty. How you doing over here, Lou? Oh, Lou. You made a mess. I guess I need to cut that hill down some the next time I... Alright, I will take care of that for you, Lou. And then I'll get you back on your way. Yeah, and I have to cut this hill down when I extend the field next time. That's a bit steep. I had to finish getting rid of the trees up there in the forest. Interested to see what Giant says of the plans for 2021. If they don't release a new version, they better have done some major change. Yeah, it's going to be interesting, I think. A lot of it's going to depend on how long before they think they're going to have a new version done, you know? I don't think we'll see one this year, but I think maybe sometime this summer we could get an announcement on it. But we'll see. Anything's possible. Which direction am I supposed to be going here? Along this direction, apparently. Yeah. At the earliest, November. Next closest drive. That should do the trick, I think. Yeah, that should do the trick. You guys can go to town. You're doing your thing. You're doing your thing. You're doing your thing over there. Oh, I still gotta line that field too. Ugh. Yeah, I've still gotta lime that field too. Why didn't it lime up here, I wonder? Probably because it doesn't have a value for pH and loamy sand. I guess, maybe, I don't know. Game companies admittedly. Well, yes and no, I guess you could say, Henry. Alright, oat. Do I have rye planted anywhere? Rye. And what else is good over here? Rye. You're good for loam and sandy loam. Loam, it's all sandy loam there. Yep, I'll stick rye in that field, I guess. Poppy, poplar, hemp, hops, carrots, ouch, mustard, soybeans. Oh, do I have soybeans planted anywhere? Oh yeah, I do. Right over there. Wait a minute, what? Did I really put a big patch of sorghum in the middle of my soybean field? I think I did. Alright, riot is... killing another sign. Yeah, you're right. They do allow us to do some things, but at the same time, if it weren't for the modding community, how many people would still be playing this game? Raise your hand. Put a 1 in chat if you'd still be playing this without mods. So, I wouldn't necessarily lump them in with the drug dealers, but they do profit off of the little guy, so to speak. Exactly. The base maps are really tiny. The base equipment is, I mean, it's a good selection for a game, I guess, of this caliber. For base game, you know, there's quite a bit of equipment there. But in this case, if it weren't for the mods, how many people would still be playing this and buying the DLCs? So yes, every business does profit off the little guy, but I think in Giant's case, they profit even more off the little guy. Giants is just lucky enough to have a community of people willing to put out the mods they put out. Because without the community, there wouldn't be much of a game there. In my opinion, if I were Giants, I would talk with a lot of the modding community. Especially the bigger names in the modding community, because there are just so many of them. But get their input. You know, I mean, get their input. What do they think could help make the game better? Maybe changes to the way the mods are implemented, or the way some of the coding works. Who knows? Would that have a huge difference in the way the modding gets done? Could it help the modding community in a large part? You never know. But in my opinion, it'd be worth the discussion. Well, that's the unfortunate side of it. Because they really ought to. Without the modding community, they wouldn't sell near as many copies, and they still wouldn't have people playing it after all this time. That's what I'm saying. They could definitely benefit from the input. You know, I mean, look at the things being done with the maps by the modders. Could they potentially do things in that regard that would help out? You know? Why are you not putting lime in the thingy? Oh, I gotta drive forward further. There we go. Yes, if they could get the game to even use 2 or 4 cores, it would be huge. It would be a huge, huge help. But they had worked too much, I think, towards consoles, and even the consoles, I think, are hurt drastically by the lack of core support. You know, I mean, the consoles have multiple cores. Why couldn't they do it? But I think it's they've used the same engine over and over and over again with slight upgrades to the graphics and tweaks here and there, that the engine was never really adapted for the multiple core processors. And they need to take the time to make it that way. Otherwise, the next game is just going to be a reskin of this. It can. And look at today's market for consoles, for computers. I mean, in general. Everybody's got multiple core processors. I don't think I know of a processor on the market that isn't a multiple core. So when you think about it, why wouldn't you want to build support for multiple core processors into your game? It's only going to help your game be more efficient and work better in the long run. So why not do it? This new version of Courseplay is working quite a bit better, I think. You're still going slow, but... you seem to be doing alright, so... yes, it does. Potsy, it does use multiple cores. As a matter of fact, even one of its recent updates was meant for improving quad and 6-core processors, so that they spread the load out better. Anything 8 cores and higher was not affected by that update because it was already better optimized. But I've got an 8-core processor, and when I run Cyberpunk, it will use the majority of those 8 cores. My graphics card, on the other hand, doesn't like it. At all. Oppies coming in with 70 bits. Thank you very much, Oppies. I appreciate that, sir. Don't get me wrong, though. Cyberpunk has more than its share of issues. See if I can chase this dude down, if it'll let me. Put lime in his... Nope. It's gonna have a collision on it. I'll just have to wait for him to run out. I'll wait for him to run out then. Fine, be that way. Yes, it is playable on PC. You're right about that. Thank you, Oppies, for that drop the bass. Yeah, they did a really bad job with the console side of it for Cyberpunk, which I think is unfortunate. It actually makes me really glad that I decided to pick it up on the PC instead of on console. Because originally, when it was supposed to come out back in April of last year, my wife had gotten it for me as a birthday present on PlayStation. Because my computer at the time was not sufficient to run anything short of Windows if I wanted to wait 5 years. And it got delayed, and finally we just canceled the order. And then it came out on console, it finally came out, and I had my PC built, so I bought it on PC. And Oppies, thank you for that boom sticker. My old PC, when I finally upgraded in June, was 8 years old. I had a 6-core processor that was a 4.2. I mean, the processor and stuff still was decent, but I only had 8 gig of RAM in the system, and my graphics card wasn't even a 1 gig graphics card. If that tells you anything. So I had to upgrade my motherboard for the graphics card. And in so doing, didn't have a processor for it, so my processor wouldn't switch over, so I took it apart and decided to rebuild it. Greenhouse. That's where I wanted to send you. I think your old one is 9 years old. Takes 5 minutes to get to... Yeah, my old one was that way. Actually, I got really frustrated when I finally upgraded back in June. I had finally gotten an M.2 solid state drive, and I was still taking 3 to 4 minutes to load the game up, or to load up to Windows. And I was getting really frustrated because it was still running off of an old 120 gig 7200 RPM hard disk drive. And I finally migrated Windows over to my solid state drive, and now the thing takes like 45 seconds to load to Windows completely from the minute I hit the power button. So it's like, yep, that was well worth upgrading. Taking the time to migrate it. Made a big difference. I should go up this way first. Then I can work down the field and start field 38-39. Though I need to get Dale over here so I can fix that spot in 38-39 that doesn't have a... They are definitely worth getting. It actually makes me want to get a second one. But I think I'm going to wait for the 2 gig ones to come down a little bit in price, and then I'll pick up one. I'll get a 2 gig. My next upgrade is probably going to be a graphics card, though. The one I've got's not bad, but it is definitely my limiting factor. The biggest thing with gaming laptops over gaming PCs is upgradability. And unless you pay a lot for one that can be upgraded, start working on, we'll go clockwise, I'll have to spin it. Go down to 31. Oh, I gotta bring you all the way down to like 24 something. Like I got my wife and my son both have Asus tough gaming laptops, and they're decent, they're good, but even those have very limited upgradability to them. So after a few years, you basically just back at square one and buy a new laptop. Unlike in this case, I can turn around and buy a new internals for my PC and just keep going over and over again. Oh, I need to stop you for a minute. Dale is empty. Really? There's Dale. Dale is over there. Why is Dale empty? He is out of seed. Go gadget seeds. I mean, don't get me wrong, there are gaming laptops that you can get that have the ability to be upgraded later on with new components, and they're fully upgradable, but most times your gaming laptops that are like that are $3,000, $2,000 plus. For what you can get for a gaming laptop in that price range, you can get a much better desktop. You also don't have to worry about as much with the cooling issues and things of that nature because you can get better cooling systems. For desktops. Shh, Potsy, I really don't. I'm just guessing. It's where was I and what was I doing last? What was the last worker that freaked out? Or said they were empty on something? That's pretty much how that goes. Built your PC back in 2008. All but the case, power supply, and some disks have been replaced. Motherboard twice, graphics 3 times. Yeah. This desktop I'm running right now was originally built in 2004. It's an Alienware full-size desktop I originally built in 2004. You live only a bike ride away from Micro Center? Nice. Yes, Potsy, I agree, which is why all of my fields have been plowed together. But I have upgraded this desktop 3 times at this point. It's now on its third no, I've upgraded it 3 times since I originally built it. So it's on its 4th motherboard, 4th graphics card, 5th set of RAM. Its original hard drive it came with crapped out, but I currently have the solid state drive and 3 of the 7200 RPM disk drives. Yeah, I'm several states from the nearest Micro Center. Alright, you're still running, that's good. You're still running, those are good. You stopped. Oh, that's right. I was filling up a truck. To get you running. That's what I was doing. Too nervous to try and build your own? It's not that bad. It's getting... The biggest thing with building your own is not overspending for something that's not going to be efficient for your build, if that makes sense. Somewhere in here I should have another tractor. There it is. Yes, that's why I say I'm several states from the nearest nearest micro center. Cambridge, Mass would be the nearest one to me. Uh, 8400 R has reached trigger endpoint. Ah! You're done seeding. Nice. Wunderbar. Alright, so I have barley planted. Oh, canola, oats. I don't have any canola, really. Maybe I'll put 56 and 57 with canola. Alright, let's see. Canola, sandy loam. Yeah, that'll work. You have to go through New Hampshire for a little bit. Not much, but there's a short bit of New Hampshire in there. Probably not Vermont, but definitely New Hampshire. And 2 years without having to upgrade, but I could go bake in time. Or go back in time, I would have built one instead of a pre-built. Yeah, I can understand that one, Scurvy. Like I said, in 2004, my first one was a pre-built through Alienware. I went on, picked out all my components, and said, I'll take that one. And then I got the monitor and all the peripherals and the sound system and everything, and that worked for me. Thank you for that follow, Skart Cam. How are you doing this morning? Afternoon, for me. The whole corner of bargain bin stuff. Nice. This field seems a little small for this planter. What do you think? What would be the best pre-built to get these days? That I'm not sure on, Henry. It's been so long since I've really been in the pre-built market. I know there's got to be some good ones out there. And Alienware, in my eyes, has always been one of the best, but they got bought by Dell quite a while back, so... As Potsy said, it's all depending on your budget needs. But yeah, I'm not one to ask for that anymore. I'm long since been quite a while since I last looked at pre-builts and who's got the quality nowadays. Unlimited budget. That must be nice. I mean, I was on Alienware's site the other day. I just don't like their new cases. They look hideous. But at some point I need a new case and a new power supply, probably before I get around to doing my graphics card next. It's the power supply I've got, I don't think will be big enough. I love it when fields are this fast. Now I just hope 55 worker over in 55 doesn't jump fields on me. Ba-dum-bum-bum-bum. If only it were that simple. Well, I reject my reality and substitute your own. How's that? In my case, I keep my mind busy with games, otherwise my depression likes to set in, and that makes for a miserable day. Okay, good, you won't cross the road. I was worried he might try and cross the road. There, this guy can go to town on the canola now. Well, I have a very good imagination, Henry. And it does help me picture a lot. There we go, you can do your thing. Go ahead, Sam. Yep, I've dealt with it for 20 plus myself. to go back to, this was barley over here, I think. Oat. Complete this end of the field. You get all these spots that the worker missed. Oh, what did I have over in that field? It was millet, right? No. Rye. Yes, rye. Medical cannabis lobby. VA had you on. It worked. Side effects. Now you get vapes and dabs. Yeah. What was that? Mike Boy is host? Yeah, Mike Boy 31. Thank you for that host. Magnum work tool needs to be refilled. Alright, give me a minute. Yeah, no caffeine would make me irritable too. I don't really drink coffee, but I still have sources of caffeine I use. Lately, it's been mostly Pepsi. How's it going, Sense Fan? How are you this afternoon? Alright. Oat. Doing alright. Waiting for my new chair to come in. Kind of excited. Oh, excuse me. Oh, have I been live for 2.5 hours already? Gave you a follow too. Good afternoon. Oh, thank you, Mike Boy 31. I appreciate that. I didn't even see the follow go off. It just said you were hosting. Twitch being Twitch. Anyways, I do appreciate that, Mike Boy. Well, as long as you can figure out what's causing it and know the solution and the correction, then more power to you, right? What did I plant in this field? Sorghum? Sorghum. Dang it, I missed it. Too many items on the planter. Helper J has completed their task. Well, Helper J can wait. I'm busy. Fixing all of the mess from Helper A through Z. Because they made a big mess of my fields. They made a big mess of my fields. And that's going to be a difficult thing to fix. I'm going to have to go get one of my cultivators to fix that spot in 39. Cultivate it out and reseed it. Because that should be soybean over there. Yep. Is it gonna overwrite or not? Alright, looks like it'll overwrite. I think. I really don't want to have to go get my cultivator and rip it all out. But I think I might need to. Nope. Perfect. I like it. Anyone know of any decent multi-fruit silos? I do, Superboy. I do. You've come to the right place. Thank you for that follow, Luna Sec DNB. How are you doing this afternoon? So, multi-fruit silos. I have several I use. Thank you, Superboy306, for that follow as well. I use this Grain Quid silo by Missy B. And she also has a liquid silo. The Grain Quid kind of has liquid built into it. Liquid silo is just a liquid silo. But I have one right over here. So the Grain Quid silo looks like this. It'll hold both liquids and multi-fruit. And this particular silo, without any modifications to it, can take every product on this map. It's a pretty nice silo. That is actually on the in-game mod hub. It's by Missy B. It's her Grain Quid silo. And if I recall, it also comes with two where are they? I believe that pack also includes both of these. A 25,000 and a 60,000 tanker trailer. Actually, that reminds me, I wanted to check that. Missy B. Where's that silo? Oh, trailer back. Where is it at? Went right by it. So yeah, it's a pretty nice silo. I like it. I've got one placed here down by my greenhouses and my orchards. You can go to Stone Crusher. And then I also have another one. New farm on Flint Hills. Deleted some of my good mods. Yep. Do you use PV tools at all, Superboy? You keep forgetting to get that one from this. Yeah. I can believe it, Scurvy. You need to drive your course. Nope. PV Tools is a mod. It switches mod folders for you. You can also set in PV Tools a... you must be the one that's out. Yes, you're out of fertilizer, so I need to bring you liquid fertilizer. Do I have a liquid trailer down here? Fertilizer in it by any chance? I do not have one down there yet. Alright, let me go to... Yeah, so let me go... Ouch, PV Tools... Where is that? FS19, where is that little... Where'd they hide it? Oh, right here, PV Tools. I don't have a lot of those links, Henry. Alright. Get rid of you for a second, get rid of you for a second. I can get rid of you now. So if you see here, I'm loading PV Tools. Right now I'm currently using PV County. But I could set any one of these folders to be any folder I want. And just with a click of a folder, it changes out the mods that the game is loading. And when you go back in, you have it so you can have each map set up with its own set of mods. And then just simply change folder here. And it will change your base for what the game is running. It also gives you quick, easy access to your log file. Click the button, there's my log file. You can even set favorites, so you have a folder, your favorites, and then you can add those favorites into whatever folder you're running. So when you're setting up a new map, you can set up your folder, put the map in it, and just copy all the favorites over right from there. It is a pretty slick tool. Yep, this here was started by Dave or Dajnet Mods, and lately it's been getting worked on by Floyd. And yeah, it's a pretty slick tool. And of course, Dave or Dajnet Mods is the creator of PV County. You'll work? Come here. Not a problem, Superboy. I know, somebody else needs their tool filled and whatever. I'll get to you. I'll get to you. I can only be in so many places at one time, man. Download new mods to my favorite folder. Yep. That's the great thing about it, is it's very easy to keep things organized. They are needy, Scurvy. They are. Part of the problem is, though, I've got... my seeders need to get... I need to update my seeders. I'm working on trying to convert them over to solid fertilizer instead of liquid fertilizer, which in and of itself isn't a big deal to do. The problem is every time I try and accomplish it, it will take solid fertilizer from a buy point, but I can't fill it out of my trailer or the silo. I don't know why. So I'm waiting for Dave or somebody to come on and help me figure out the last little hurdle that I can't seem to figure out. Dun dun dun. Now you should be able to get your way down to Dusty Lane from here. You've got enough liquid fertilizer for the time being to at least fill that other guy up. Not a problem, Supra. We try our best to be as helpful as possible. It is a very nice map. It's got a lot of things on it that are unique to this map. That's for sure. There's buildings you can blow up to clear space. There's tunnels that need to be blown up. There's mining in it. There's things that need to be built, factories, and you name it. Like right here, this is Ken's Dressing. It's a factory, and it's currently being built right now. So I had to bring all these different materials over. And once they're all in, you can see it's 60% built. And once it's done, there'll be triggers inside the building for me to be able to produce all the different Ken's dressings. The list of items to sell is extremely long. Oh, but there's all the dressings. Ranch, honey mustard, vinaigrette. I think Ken's also makes the ketchup and mustard and stuff. There is a Kraft macaroni and cheese factory. There's a pizza factory. There's a Dole factory for making, for canning and freezing vegetables, and there's a chocolate factory. There's a coffee factory. There's Dave is putting in Smuckers, which is for jelly and jams. Oh, there's a Sam Adams Pepsi. There's a vodka factory. There's a winery. There's a CM meat market for slaughtering animals. Yeah. There's a few things on this map. Dell Electronics. You can go get oil out of the desert for creating fuel. Oh, that's one of the banks. But this is actually Wolfie's Pizza. It is being built, as you see. So when it's done, I'll be able to make pizzas. Dave has done a lot of work to this map. Actually, Wolfie's will be done soon. Nice. That's awesome. There's a Frito-Lay. I've got to build the Frito-Lay. But if you look at this brick building here, this kind of humdrum brick building, that one there, you can bring over explosives and blow up this building to clear the area. So you have more space to put stuff down. But there's all kinds of You see there's 4 buildings there that can be blown up. There was like 13 of them over on that island. There's one of the power companies. There's the refinery. There's all the different fields, which it's kind of hard to see because I plowed them all together. But if you come up here to the mountains, there's all these giant mines. This is all bauxite mineral that you can mine up off the ground. There's a gravel mine up over here. So you can see I've been mining out this gravel. It just dumps on the ground as a big loose pile. But you can mine it all up and sell it. There's underground mines. This is the underground coal mine. I've mined it out and turned it into a cow farm. So I have three cow pastures down here. Again, that grain quid storage. And there's this big long tunnel leading up to the surface. There's that gravel mine. You can see it took all of this space here before I started mining it out. There's an ore mine over there. Here's another tunnel. There's an underground mine. I say underground because you've got to blow open this tunnel here. And then underneath all of this, there'll be a salt mine. Yeah, each of the buildings has their own explosive point. I've already done most of those. But like for this building here, the explosive trigger is probably, yep, right there. Right in front of that building. Right in front of that door. You can see the little box on the ground. If you bring over the explosives, it'll take and drive right there, or put it right there, it'll take it out of your hands. It is. It's probably the most comprehensive map, most involved map in Farming Simulator at this point. Why did you stop? Oh, you need to be refilled. Gotcha. This thing can go back to Johnson Farm. Where was my truck at? Over here. Yes. If you've got that little trailer, then they will take it directly out of the trailer if you can get it close enough to the trigger. The trigger points are exactly like the ones in the tunnels. They're just hidden, so they're not obvious. And of course, yes, you need to own the land. But each building has its own spot that you've got to drive up to. Thank you, Stefan. I appreciate that. Go top off the fertilizer guy. Well, that's interesting. It's filling in with lime. Yeah, he is getting filled with lime. That's interesting. It appears as though it's seed. Yes, that is correct, Henry. Well, the last thing this truck filled was seeds into one of my other planters. So I'm guessing it's just, Oh, that's not what I wanted. Get back here. I'm guessing it's just a visual thing. Because the lime is going down on the truck, and the lime is going up in there, so... Clearly that's not working for you, Stefan. Fine, be that way. Yep. But I like that one. I think I'm going to stick with those ones instead of the other ones, because at least that has multiple compartments and I can do them all at once. That's why I'm trying to switch my seeders over to taking that fertilizer instead of the other one. Instead of the liquid fertilizer. I suppose I'll go take care of that strip that's missing. And fill up the lime while I'm at it, I guess. Two birds with one stone, I guess. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I started going that route too, Scurvy. By doing the semi with the trailer, instead of having 2 or 3 of those per farm of the trucks, now I've got the one semi, the one trailer, and if I can get rid of the liquid, I don't even need the liquid trailer, so I'm not running back and forth to the farm as much while I'm out in the fields doing my thing. I can just tab through the compartments and fill the top off seeders and fertilizers and stuff all at the same time. But it's weird, I can get other seeders to take the fertilizer. How's it going, Wolfie? But my DB120s, even though I've converted them the fill type, they won't take the fertilizer, and it's irritating me. I'm doing alright, Wolfie. Guess your sound is on a delay? You can fill from the fert maker or the silo, but can't fill fert on the go. Yeah, see, in my case, I had it. I've got a copy that I converted, and it will take it from the fert silo, or not the silo itself, but it will take it from the fertilizer maker. It'll take it from a buy point, but it won't take it from the trailer, and it won't take it from like the Johnson silo. The farm silos, it won't take it from there. And I don't know why. It should, by all accounts. It's irritating me, so I've got to go in at some point and fix it. Spend some time on it. Alright, you should be able to get back to Johnson Farm now. Because I believe I'm done seeding everything I'm going to seed. As far as my fields go. So you can go off to Johnson Farm. Was it 90% a few minutes ago? Yep. It's just about done. Wolfie's Pizza. Wolfie coming in with 10 tier 1 subs. Wolfie, sir, you are awesome. I appreciate that very much. Yep, just about done. 88%. I should be getting fill triggers soon. Windows don't quite work yet. But it should be giving me the fill triggers anytime now. Alright. Where did that trailer get stuck? You're not it. Did I send you to the wrong farm? Not those. Not that one. No, no, no. Oh, I sent you to the silo, not... Yeah, that's right. That's right, I forgot. Yeah, I don't know exactly what Wolfie's takes for... Wolfie's is a sell over time. You missed a big spot. Big dummy worker. Well, at least the course play is working better. Be nice if the guy wouldn't miss big spots, but hey. Beggars can't be choosers. Alright, over here, stop. Back up. Drive the course. Whoa, 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 whoa. Get back here, you stupid tractor. No, back here. Well, I guess I will take this opportunity to go down here and fix the spot he missed. You big dumb worker. Guess that's my fault for not paying attention to where start course was selected. Jeez, you missed a few spots, didn't you? You're supposed to have a bigger overlap so you don't do that. Jeez, you're slow and dropping down. Da 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 da. Ooh, it's been 3 hours already. I am going to get this guy set off real quick, and then I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. I will be right back. Drive course. You need to get out of the way. There, like that. Like that. And I'm going to throw up the be right back sign, and I will see you in just a minute. I am back. Whew. I feel better now. There. This guy's doing much better with his work. Alright, you're still going. That'll need to get limed after. You're working. Yeah, I'm gonna have to buy another thing for liming over at Johnson Farm. It's taking too long. Oh, we'll go Firestones. Yes, don't care. Yes. Yeah, we'll go Defenders. Beacon Light, sure. Number 4. Okay, you. Ban. And back over here. Fertilizer Technology. Dry box. Oh, come on. Be nice. Go on the back. Thank you. Alright. One of my Case Titans is going to run out of lime soon. And one vehicle's getting blocked in over there. Alright. Deal with that in a minute. And I'm guessing my case over on field 64 either finished or is out of product. Out of product. Of course you are. There we go. My toes were getting cold. Had to turn my little heater up. Do I already have a course for liming the big one? I do not. I will have to create a course for that so I can keep track of it, because it's definitely going to take more than one session for me to get that field done. I'm willing to bet you it's going to take probably 3 hours or more. Let me stop you while I'm right here. Move you guys out of the way quick. That way the worker's not sitting there tying up space and resources on the system. I think I have a few John Deere tractors I need to get rid of too. Start neatening up some of my equipment and getting rid of some of the excess. Condense down some of my harvesters and stuff. There we go. Oh, you're the wrong one for that. Millet. Do I have any left? I hope. I do. Good. Some extra lateral stability. Dodge the sign. That's fertilizer. Yeah, you need to go through product faster. A lot faster. I gotta look at the production rate on that thing. Because I don't think it's going to keep up with my digestate. I'm getting rid of the digestate. That is the fertilizer plant by Stevie. Organic fertilizer by Stevie. It will take slurry, digestate, manure, or compost and turn it into fertilizer. So what I do is I have my BGA I placed up here in the gravel pit. So all my manure from the cow farms and eventually my other farms, animal farms, will be up here. All the manure will get put into the BGA, the digestate will get brought down and turned into fertilizer. I believe it's on the in-game mod hub, Vortex. If not, fs19mods.com has it. I like that one. It's a pretty nice mod. I've had no issues with it on any map I've used it on. Alright. Course generation. We're gonna go field 16. Headlands, we'll go twice around the pass. We'll do that. Headland overlap. We're gonna bump that up a bit. This has to get brought way down. Oh, I appreciate that, Fern Dog. Bring this down to 20. 3.8, where I normally do it. Current vehicle position, starting direction, automatic. Generate my course. Game freeze. Yep, there it goes, thinking. There's my course. That'll work. We're gonna save this as Mega Lime. Save. Start at first waypoint. Drive course. 3.5 hours. I was pretty close. I did say 3 hours. I did say 3. Alright. That field is going to take a massive amount of lime. I have a stinking suspicion. Yep, I have a stinking suspicion. There we go. My field in the Senate took like 460k. It's the biggest field on the map right now, so I'm guessing at least 500,000 to 600,000. A lot of it depends on what you're putting in the field for for a crop too. I mean, the crop you put in here is going to have a big impact on how much lime it's going to take. You can see it doesn't need to adjust the pH very much right here in this bottom corner of the field. Along this bottom edge, it doesn't have to adjust it much. But up in this area, I bet you it's going to have to adjust it a lot higher to get to that optimal pH. Had I planted something else in here, it might have taken a lot more. Because this is the pH values. Dave doesn't have those pH values listed. Yes and no. I believe, yeah, it is based off of the soil type. So yeah, you're probably right on that. Well, I'm gonna have to bring that way up in fertilizer. I got wheat in this field. Wheat. Nitrogen levels. Wants it around 160, I believe. Sandy loam and loam. 160 to 180. That's going to take a ton of fertilizer. Ick. Ick. Alright, you do your thing then, I guess. Come on, where's that vehicle? Back into you eventually. You get one more refill before I gotta bring you back. I should be able to get that field done and part of this field done. And I gotta do that one, those two, and that one. I'll worry about getting these ones at the end of the season, as well as these two fields at the end of the season. I'll do something with these fields at the end of the season. I don't know what yet. I have a feeling I'm going to take out this road that comes through here. And I'm going to take out all of these trees. And this is all going to be one big field. I have a stinking suspicion that's what I'm going to do. And then these two will be a field. These two will be one field. I'm not going to bother with these 4, 5. I know these 4 are going to be one field when I'm done. I'll finish out this forest and this will all get extended. This field's going to come up this way a ways. And this is primarily going to be for grass and what have you. I'll probably buy this chunk at some point and cut the trees down, or it'll all be for mowing grass for silage. Silage and root crops over here, probably. But after I'm done planting, I'm definitely going to take a closer look at what I've got for equipment and weed some of it out. I've got too much equipment. Makes tabbing through everything too difficult. I'm out to 300 hours, just about. Just about. Just a boot. How's it going again, Skart Cam? There. I'll leave you down here for now. It's going alright. Just wrapping up a few fields and moving on to other ones. I'm liking this new version of Courseplay. Seems to be working out really good. So that's a plus. Yeah, I'll do those two as Poppy, I think. No, I don't want to do Poppy over there, because I don't have any other harvesters down here. Oh, what do I want to put over there? Do I want to do hemp? I don't think I want to. Do I want to do hemp over there? Not really. I have plenty of hemp. Don't need any more. But I need something that's good in that soil type, which is mostly loamy sand. Loamy sand and sandy loam. Yeah, poppies it is then, I guess. Poppies it is then, I guess. I'll just have to get a case harvester. Not a big deal. What the heck is the difference between loamy sand and sandy loam? It's the same difference as partly cloudy and mostly sunny. Loamy sand is a little more loam than sand, and sandy loam's a little more sand than loam. Well, you know how it is. It's like the weather people. It's partly cloudy. No, it's partly sunny. What's the difference? Wow. One of those dudes is going through lime like somebody's business. Wow. Wowza. I don't think I have enough lime. that guy and that one, I'm guessing. Yeah, because you're out of lime. I'm going through some lime, alright. Alright, I'll leave you there, because apparently you're just going to sit there and do that. What in the heck? Oh, you were on your way to the lime mine at some point, and I apparently blocked you in, and... That's good to know. I was going over here. Trying to keep track of where I am and what I'm doing. Well, I appreciate that. But I only say it because at one point I sat back and went like... I was looking at the weather one day and going, seriously? Partly sunny, partly cloudy, partly sunny, partly cloudy. What's the difference? They sound the same to me. And I actually looked it up. And the only difference is what side of the 50-50 point you're on. So if it's only a few clouds in the sky, it's partly cloudy. If it's only a few rays of sunshine, it's partly sunny. I'll have you know I wasted probably an hour looking that up. Because one day I just had to know what the difference was. Good times. Oh yeah, you can definitely see this worker up here, how much lime he was going through up in here. Look at that pH difference. That worker blew through some lime. Yeah, you can see how much slower it got over here now. Now that that worker is down on the lower end of the field, he's going through a lot less of it. You work in the environmental field? Dealing with soils? Yeah. I'm sure you could be a lot more specific with exactly what the difference between sandy loam and loamy sand is, but there's no need to complicate a video game. Exactly. Yeah, see, that's why he's going through so much lime up here. Holy cow, look at that. Thank you for that follow, Captain Compost. I appreciate it. How are you doing this afternoon? You're out of... Oh, you're done. Nice. That's good to hear. That's good to hear. Alright. Course, generation 82. Headland 2, turning the corners. No, you're not a working width of 3 meters. Holy cow. $18, please. Wish I could just hold the button down. I break my mouse adjusting the working width on this, I'm gonna be upset. That's better. Start first waypoint. Not current. First. And drive the course. Use the middle mouse button if you have one. I have a middle mouse button. I just never thought to do that. How's it going, Pimp in the Box? Finally somebody other than you using your favorite seed tender. Well, I do. Many hours, and I am almost 300 hours into this map, Supra. See? I'm a noob. I know just enough with courseplay to get myself into trouble. Yep, 294.3 hours. I've cut down almost 750 trees. Well, I am using the new version of Courseplay, and it seems to be working a lot better than the previous version I was at. Pimp in the Box with 5 tier 1 subs. Thank you very much. You, sir, are awesome. This poor guy is going to run out of lime here in a minute. I'm going to chase him down till he runs out. He's not using a whole lot. Like 150 into Flint Hills, since that's just me just got enough money to build your own farm. Yeah, I run seasons, 9-day seasons, and this map, as I showed you, has all of that mining material that if you look at the mining material, you have your coal, sand, gravel, salt, stone, ore. Doesn't look like a lot per 1,000, but when you have trailers with 1 million capacity, it doesn't take a long time to turn that into a lot of money. And I have cleaned out this mine, that mine, that mine, this mine, most of that mine, most of this mine, all of that mine, all of this mine. This coal mine here had 100 million coal in it when I cleaned it out, and then Dave quadrupled the amount of material in it. This coal mine here, I should say. I've cleaned out this this ore mine and this coal mine. So I've taken hundreds of millions of liters of material to sell. And again, it doesn't look like a lot, but when it's, you know, 300 something per 1,000, it adds up really quickly. So all of my money has literally been gained just by selling mining material. And if you're wondering, that's how much of the map I own. This plot right here, there's a $10 million plot. That's an $18 million plot there for the copper. Each one of these 4 plots down here is almost $10 million. You know, I mean, there's tens of millions of dollars just in fields. That's what I like about this map. It's got plenty of farming to do, and in between the farming, how does having a huge fields work for you? Do you find it gives you enough to get all the different crops? Yeah, I certainly do, Pimp, because the thing to keep in mind is you're never going to use it all at the same time. So if I can sit back and get, you know, a couple million liters of something per year, and I focus on running, I'm never going to want to focus on running every single factory at the same time. So if I know that I'll probably get several million liters of wheat out of that one wheat field there, that's going to be more than enough wheat for me to run, like, gold medal flour for several in-game years. So I'll rotate them. Buy the whole map is over 300 million. It could very well be, Scurvy. I would not be surprised at all if you're accurate with saying 300 million. So I mean, oh, wrong button. Do the math. I mean, there's $8 million for that plot. There's 2. There's another 2. There's 1. So just this chunk of land down here is 15 million for this little square. You know, there's another 1.6. There's another 5. What did you do when I first started the map? When I first started the map, I started right here at Johnson Farm. Right here in the middle. And the very first thing I did was I started here with those couple of fields, and I worked on doing missions with some workers while I was mining. If you look, I did 113 missions. So I was doing missions while I was mining out material. Did you get stuck again? How do you get stuck so much? Because, dude, you're dumb. You know what? I'm going to hit this button. I'm going to jump out. And I'm going to shove you, maybe? There we go. Perfect. It's those trees again. Yes, it is. But that's basically how I started. I started out with Johnson Farm, doing some missions, and worked my way up from there. Slowly over time, I bought the different factories and stuff. I've got most of the factories down at this point now. I've got all of the orchards and greenhouses down. I have a fair number of factories built. Yeah, so he's a pimp in the box there. He's at 700 hours and finally down to his last couple of factories being built. Me, I know a lot of people will say it, and I admit it, I cheated quite a bit to get to where I am. And trust me, Scurvy, once planting season's over and I need to kill time, I'll be out with a rig, just grinding up trees. If I don't decide to just take the Trex and go grind them all up with that. Which might happen. Yeah, I'm guessing you're the one that's out of lime up here. But when they're talking about factories, what they're alluding to is, you see there's all these orchards to put in, all these forestry factories to do, all these different greenhouses to do, storage warehouses. Well, yeah, I've got the Tree Maverick, but the Trex you don't have to worry about emptying every so often. With the Trex, you just go one tree to the next and you don't have to empty it. The Tree Maverick, occasionally you'll have to empty. I grind the trees and use Global Market to sell the wood chips, and money I make from that I use to buy logs. Yeah, I grind all my wood chips up, turn them into compost, and buy logs. I don't cut logs. Because I might make one load in 4 back to the sawmill without flipping it over. I've got more than enough compost right now, so I'm not too worried about that. The Trex. Which one? The one off the in-game mod hub? Is that the one you're talking about, Henry? Because there's one on the in-game mod hub, and then there's another one from another website. But, yeah, Supra, if you look at all these green dots, these are all bridges you have to build. Every dot's a bridge. And the red ones are bridges I still have to build. The green ones are bridges I've built. You then even get awards. Oh, Dell is done. Copper by Design's done. Aurora's done. Yeah, that's probably what I will end up doing, Pimp. So these are 5 of the factories I've built that are built into the map. There's a bunch more that will also have awards. Yeah, there's a lot on this map. There really is. Then there's the museum. We have a museum with plaques for stuff. Boom's Cheaty Bucket. The very first Wolfie's Pizza. Yeah, I will probably start selling too, Scurvy. There's the December top 2020 lists. Cheerers and donors and subs. The all-time boards. All this stuff is in the map. These are people that have donated to Dajnet Mods, Dave, in his quest to build the map. That's what the museum has become. Thernadad storage solutions and all kinds of rooms with information in them. Top cheerers for the months and sub-gifters. Oh look, it's a pimp in the box. You had that mod once and you lost it. Cheers for Dave. Yeah, it's a pretty nice little touch. Dave had the idea of doing the different this map is updated basically every week. Every Saturday night, Dave will have a release for the new mods, new factories, tweaks to factories, bug fixes, you name it. And Dave will put that out every Saturday night. That PV Tools application I showed you can literally update all of the mods for the map just by hitting a button, it'll sync with the most up-to-date mods. Yeah, that's the Trex, Henry. T-Rex 600 or something like that. It's on the in-game mod hub. It's by Black Sheep Modding. Not the version I have, but the version on the in-game mod hub. Is it Black Sheep Modding? It's not a John Deere one. The John Deere one I got from Papa Smurf Modding. It's not as good. Yep, that's kind of where I'm at, Pimp. I tweak a few files here and there, so I won't use PV Tools to do it. Not a problem, Henry. I'll stick to using PV Tools and just update manual. Every Saturday night I wait for Dave to put out the link and I download them all and do it that way. Well, most of my files are not original, Henry. I will say that. I found them in different places, but most of the files I have are not original. I've made tweaks and edits to almost everything I've got in some way, shape, or form. Be it a capacity tweak, or adjusting the speed that it drives, or something like that. Yep. Yeah, everybody claims I cheat, but you know what? I play to the speed I want to play at. I don't have 1,000 hours to put into the map. I'd go nuts. But I will still spend plenty of hours on this map. I need to adjust some feel. Yeah, I'm gonna have to adjust a bunch of these course player things, auto drive things. At some point, drive around. No, the problem is, Henry, with the PV Tools, is it's going to automatically force update the files, and if you're like Pimp and I, we tweak the files, so it will override those. And because we tweak and adjust some of the files, if we use PV Tools, it's going to automatically overwrite it without us being able to. We'd have to adjust them. So every time we adjust them, it would overwrite them if you use that update. Yeah, I agree, Potsy. Everybody plays to their style. We've all got our styles of play. Oh, good. He's about done there. That's going along nicely. You're going along. Sweetness. Yep. Yes, exactly. That's one big key thing. If you get mods off of a lot of these places, don't ever update them through the in-game mod hub, because it'll undo all your edits. Galena Stone. Like this Volvo right here. I edited the Volvo so I can strap this Volvo to a trailer. And the straps will actually go up and over the tractor. It's a simple tweak, but it's one of those things I did to that, so now I can't just go off of... Oh, you're done. good deal. Alright. Course generation. This one here. 2 passes. Oh yeah, look at that. Haha. Wow, I feel silly. I like mods as well, because you can easily change figures to make them work. But exactly, Henry. Yep, I am a maniac. Have to be to live in Maine. Oh, I don't miss that fun at all, Henry. I get along great without that fun. You can drive your course. There it goes. Alrighty. That one's going. Are you out of product again already? Nope, you're not. Okie dokie. Where are you at in the course of the grand scheme of things? Alright, you're about to make that corner there. And start to back and forth. Nice! You alright there, buddy, or what? Come on, you can do it. I trust you. There you go, buddy. Alright, this one's done seating. Perfect. Folding it up even, everything, look at that. Stop driver. Poppies. I suppose while I'm at it, I will swing by the farmyard and top off my seed. Jeez, this tractor's already got 7 hours on it. Welcome back, Billy. I'm doing alright. Who is winning the flex battle between me, Dave, Boom, and X-Man? Depends on what you're flexing, Henry. If it's hours, nobody's gonna touch Dave. X-Man plays pretty similar to Dave. Semi-realistic. Boom and I have our limits that we'll go to. I actually de-cheatified a lot of my stuff before I started streaming. Mostly to prolong my playtime. I guess I need to go back to... What was that I planted over here? Tobacco? Apparently I've got to fix a few corners. I don't know, do you stream, Pimp? Nope. If you did, you'd have to be on your best behavior. It happens. You could always just do mature only, Pimp. It's alright. I have Pallet Factory that produces each pallet at 10k in the factory. Nice, Jaren. I can respect that. can barely be kept out of timeouts. Trust me, if it wasn't for being part of Dave's community, I would definitely not be doing it the way I'm doing it. I would definitely be playing with a mature stream, because I have a hard time not swearing. Well, I appreciate it, Henry. Alright. It appears that's it for that. So fold you up, shut you off, go back to Poppy's, and head for the farm. Am I gonna be able to get over that, or am I gonna have to go under it? I'm gonna have to go under it. I'll just go over this way. Must be a Maynard thing. I'm also in construction, Fern Dog, so I've got a really bad... I've done the trucking thing. Most of my working career... Hey, there's a tree there. Most of my working career, I've been nothing but around groups of men that have not had... Yes, Henry. So, you know, I've never really bothered to try and put a lid on my mouth. Ex-military profession aircraft mechanic. Yep, I can imagine. I also spent time as a mechanic, and I did all of my own mechanic work for a very long time, so cursing comes with the territory when things break or not cooperate. My children picked up a few interesting notes watching me work on my truck in the past. Or when I did the front leaf springs on my old diesel truck. They picked up a few ones there. As jet mechanics. As any mechanic, Drex. Any mechanic. Because they do what looks good on paper, and then in reality it does not work. Oh yeah, no, trust me, I'll swear out of anger, but now I've sworn so much that it's just second nature. I just swear. I can't help it anymore. It's just I just swear. You're a crew chief, Drex? Nice. That's cool. There's actually a small, couple miles from my house, there's a small place that they do, aircraft maintenance and, like, retrofitting slash, I guess you'd call it renovation work. They repaint and they redo the interiors and stuff like that on small, like, single engine and twin engine planes, smaller style planes. They're, I don't know, about 3 miles away from me. Small little airport with a little bit of 77, 79. I'll send you to 79 first. My dad actually worked there for a short period of time. Back when I was in high school, he was painting planes. There is something to be said with that, though, Pimp. Older, simpler stuff is easier to work on. Just like cars. Give me a 60s era muscle car over the new stuff any day of the week. Because at least that, when you open it up, you can see the engine, you know what everything does, and you can do it without having $10,000 worth of scanners. started out as a crew chief on B2s? Nice. That sounds interesting. Now you work on stuff designed in the 60s. Thank you for that follow, K1EB1. I appreciate it. How are you doing this afternoon? I'm guessing that's supposed to be Caleb. Started out on a Raptor, now you're on the 35. Nice. When I was in high school, I wanted to call you K. Yes? Alright, sounds good. Awesome. Yeah, when I was in high school, I wanted to get into, I wanted to join the Air Force. But I was having issues with blackouts. And of course, naturally, blackouts and flying planes just do not go... do not go hand in hand. I'm gonna deny that one, Pimp, but yes, I agree. We're gonna put that as PETA. Drex. Yeah, we're gonna deny that one too. But I agree with both of you on that one, probably. But what ended up happening, and what we found out, was I've got pretty low end blood pressure to begin with, and in high school I used to read a lot, and when I was reading I would be laying down relaxed while I was reading. So as you're really relaxed and just calm and chill and you're reading a good book, 4 or 5 hours go by without you realizing it went by. And then you put the book down, go to stand up real quick, and your heart rate's really slow, your blood pressure drops, and all the blood falls out of your head, and you black out. Fun times. National security restrictions when you have a lot of letters after your TS clearance means you can't go anywhere with... Yes, Pimp. I would probably say you're right on that one. The higher your clearance, typically the more you're watched. You can keep it. I like being my nobody. Just a little nobody off in the woods with nobody to bother me. Alright, you're still moving. You're still moving. You're done, I'm guessing? Oh, you ran out. The last 2 feet of the field. Not a great combo when you're 20. Yeah? Wow. I have no idea what all the letters mean, but that sounds very impressive. Yeah, that is quite the alphabet after that TS. You can see Canada from your parents' house. Half your friends are Canadian, and you aren't allowed to leave the country without written... Yeah. That does not sound like a very good combination, Pimp. Not at all. I can't quite see Canada from my house, but I'm not that far off. A couple of hours I'm at the Canadian border. Depending on which direction I take. Could be as little as 2 hours, could be as much as 6 hours, depending on which direction I want to go to get there. And which section of border I'm going to. That is me on the map right there. So I can be at just about any point on this border within a few hours. You're Buffalo native? Yep, that would be really close to the border there. But one of my last jobs, I used to drive all the way down over here to Connecticut, all the way up here to Presque Isle, and it didn't matter which direction I was heading to for a plant checkup. It was 4+ hours. This one was the better one, going down here to Naugatuck, Connecticut, which is right in here. Because there was more to see. Driving up that way, I'll tell you what. After you make this turn here by Holton and go up Route 1, there is not a lot to see on this route. It's 75 miles an hour and there's very little to see. So it was not the funnest job in the world. If you're lucky, most times I went through there, it was either early morning or late afternoon, and literally you would go and see, if it was early morning, I might see a dozen cars on the way up there, and that's like an hour of the journey. Just drove on Highway 50 for the first time. 89 miles an hour without a single car around me. Yep, that's exactly how that would be going up that way. You'll either see, I think the busiest I ever saw it was maybe 10 cars across that whole distance. So yeah, the busiest I ever saw it between here and Presque Isle through this section was maybe 10 to 15 cars in the morning. And then in the evening on the way back south, if I was coming through, I would see more cars, but not a whole lot. Actually, half of the exits along this way going north don't have an entrance back onto the turnpike if you take the exit. It's very, very dull. Especially this stretch right here between Holton and Mars Hill. I mean, you can see that. That's almost bored straight for a lot of that. And you'd be driving along, and all of a sudden you'd hit the Alton Bog, which is somewhere in here. And you'd notice there's no trees left. And then there'd be trees again, and you'd know you exited the Alton Bog. That's the only thing to see there. Supra, what happens with... Exactly. Pimp, exactly. Unfortunately, there's an issue with Giants. If you place the silo and then you place the extensions around it, you need to save, exit the game, and then come back in order for it to register the extensions. What happens is that it doesn't like to update when you place it, only when it reloads the map. Not as much as you'd think, Henry, because the speed limit's already 75. So people tend to do like 85, 90 and call it good. And what's worse is if you go up past Presque Isle along that route, you get to a point where there is there's like grass growing out of the middle of the highway because there's so little traffic on it. It gets especially bad. But it is very boring, unfortunately. Alright, you're still running. You're still running. You're still running. You finished. Yay! Congratulations. It does. It's one of the longest to grow on the map if you're playing on seasons, even out of seasons. Make sure you do that. It corrupted my save once and lost all my stored crops. Didn't know at the time that was the issue. Ouch. Yeah, that's not fun. Nope. Wrong one. Thank you for that follow, Drexen Gaming. I appreciate it. I need to hit that button first, then this button. Here. 2 headlands. Turn. Overlap. Why won't you do that very nicely? Be that way. Automatic. 31.8. Yeah, we'll go with it. Look at your map. How hard was it to get rid of all the auto drive routes? It wasn't that bad, Pimp. Basically what I ended up doing... Yeah, that'll work. What I ended up doing was I just got into one of my pickup trucks and drove along with the markers showing and just was careful as I hit delete. I just drove along and hit delete, delete, delete. First waypoint, drive course. So I'll do that again at some point because I've got some paths in here I've got to take care of. I've got to adjust a few of these. This one here, that one for example, I have to adjust those. So I'll take care of that. Same with this one here, I've got to adjust. But I usually just get into a pickup truck that goes quick and run around. Doesn't usually take too long. Sprayer needs to be refilled, huh? How did I get the edges so straight? That would be with the GPS. You do that, it snaps it to a straight line, and it's going to keep that straight line regardless. That's the GPS mod. You can go in, set it to the width you need. I usually go down 1 increment, get rid of the offset. The guidance steering is on. It's the guidance steering mod is what it is. But you see right here, it's got me on that green line. So you can literally just set the cruise control and it's going to keep it exactly on that line. And then when you get done and you go to start the next one, it's going to automatically snap over. And then this will give you exactly where you need to be to just touch it. It's a very, very handy mod. As it takes a lot of the guesswork out. Just closed the game down, restarted it, still only showing 250k capacity. Is it showing that on a like a silo board, a silo display? Is it showing that, or is it showing the capacity is only being 250,000 in the menu? Saving. Because is it updating this total capacity here in the menu? Or is it not showing it in the, like a silo display? both, but I placed the extensions down, so I should have at least 3 million. You either didn't place them close enough, or it didn't want to update properly. Where's a good spot for that? Right over here, I think I've got a display. The other thing to keep in mind, depending on the silo display you're using, like with this one here, when you come up to it to customize it, the range has a difference. If you see here, now it's going to only show one connected silo. So if I confirm on that one connected silo, it could, see how now it says 2? It could affect this number. Actually, I've got a better version to look at that over here. Like this one here, this liquid silo, you see how it shows 1.5 million? If I go down just a touch, oh, not duplicate fruits. See how now it shows 500,000? Because it's not reading that 1 million in the back. So if I go up just a touch, now it's going to read that extra million capacity in the back. Yes, so what you might need to do is you might need to increase this range, if this is the silo display you're using, for it to show those extra silos being connected. That might be the cause. If you had to bump it up that high and it's not showing the extensions, then they're not close enough to the silo. So I would sell them off and try placing them closer to the silo. Too close. I've answered that question a few times, Pimp. Mainly because I had somebody having a lot of issues with the liquid storage and not reading the extension. So I had to figure out exactly what causes it and what the fixes to it are. Yeah, Dave changed the backgrounds to them, but those were me, those three. Actually, it's funny. This mod here, I think I put together in about 4 hours. You might recognize some of the setup from this mod. That's a fun little mod to make. Hey, stop it. Not gypsum. I'm gonna need a whole lot more lime. Seriously, dude? You are useless. It's not even the right direction. Gosh darn, dude. Keep it on the road. It's a good possibility, Pimp. I mean, I got several million liters. He probably is, Fern Dog. He probably is. He really does like those trees. A lot. Yes, it does, Vortex. It sure does. Oh, excuse me. Nope, wrong spot. A little bit over to the side. There you go. Stay put. Really? Go in. Thank you. Alright, plenty of fertilizer in those. Right there. I did not have enough seed this year. I think I'm gonna run out. I have a feeling I'm gonna run out of seed. I should check on my animals too. Should check on the aminals. Okay, they're doing good. Ooh, I'm gonna have to get rid of some cows soon. And the piggies. Holy cow, with the pigs. I started out with 20 pigs. I started out with 20 pigs. I'm up to 72 already. Ooh, nope, back up. There we go. Oh, let's see. Where was I? What are you? Oh, the trash truck. Gotcha. They are, but it's actually pretty realistic. Pigs do tend to breed a lot. Oh, that's right. That was one of the things I did last stream that I forgot to get to. I need to set you to medium pallets. Probably full again. Oh, no. That's right. I had emptied it, and then I lost some of my game, and... Next year, you'll have 1,000 pigs. I don't think I'm going to go that high. I was only doing it for the achievement, to be honest with you. That's the only reason I was doing it. I'm not really interested in the pigs. Feels like it takes forever for your cows to give birth. It does. It takes almost a full in-game year, Jaren. CM makes good use of them. It does. It does. You're right, Wolfie. Or Pimp, sorry. Pimp. You have 1,000 pigs. That doesn't say you have to keep them all, Wolfie. Nothing says you have to keep all the pigs, you know. Oh, I'm sorry, kitty. Were you upset because you couldn't come into the closet? My cat is upset with me. You're a hoarder, keep everything. Just stop feeding them and they will all die. It's one way to do it, Wolfie. I have 1,000 myself. Now, if only we could get Dave to believe there's a problem with the pallet spawn at the CM meat market. I've got almost 1,000 ducks at the down. Myself. I have almost 3,000 cows, 2,000 chickens. I need to get a rooster so I can finish getting some more chickens. Almost 500 goats. Wow, even the sheep went crazy. Yeah, I gotta go buy like one rooster so I can top off my chickens. Hey, hey, get back there. You need your trailers. Grab the trailers, thank you. We're gonna send you over to Corning. Did I have it tell me that one of my workers was out of line again? Where's the stupid animal trigger again? Right here. There. Yep, that'll work. Take his time. Managed to get it working. The little 250k storage channel is not working, but the 150k ones are, so thanks, man. Got 1.3. See you for a bit. Nice. Ah, I'm out of chicken food again. Did it say you were out of lime? It did say you're out of lime. And you're completely out of lime, so time to go get more. Cheat so badly, Boom would be proud. Too lazy to plow myself. I put the plow down and sent my plow truck off on random long distance auto drive routes. Nice. Yeah, I'm going to be tweaking the plow for next season. I will definitely be tweaking the plow for next season. It's gonna have a wider clearing swath. I can already tell you that right now. Actually, I'm hoping by the time I get to another winter that they've got the HD Modding's working on a plow truck that'll have a side wing too. That's the one I'm waiting for. Fill her up, Timmy. You've made the salt spread to the width of the standard roads. That's one way to do it. But the salt spreader doesn't seem to really get rid of it as well as it should, especially if it's snowing heavy. So I just made one of the plows like a 9-meter width and was using that. If I have to, I'll go bigger and I'll just do it in one pass. Exactly, salt only gets rid of one layer, but if you plow it all, it's done. And I'm just gonna, if they don't have the side, the plow with the side wing ready for the next time I hit winter time, then that Fisher wideout's gonna be a bit wider. And I'm gonna simply just do one pass around the map and be done with it. I'll do it the quick and easy way. Yes, I know it needs to be filled. Slow down. I will get there, dang it. Calm your horses, sir. And you ran out just about done. Of course you did. Get to you in a few minutes. Dun, 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 dun. Oh wow, almost 5 hours into the stream already. Where'd the time go? What I'm curious about is where's Dave? He's online. Says he's online. Don't you just hate it when you turn Courseplay on and come back 5 minutes later? It does happen. It's been better since I upgraded to the version I'm on now. He could be, Wolfie, but I've been on early and it's showing he was online and he's never jumped into chat today, so. Is the Home Depot functional? Yes, it is. It is a sell over time point. Actually, it's a sell point, not a sell over time. Yeah. He could be fixing stuff you sent him. It's a good possibility. How's it going, Willie? You have a small Lua error and can't tell what's causing it. It should be fairly quick. Once you get, I'm gonna have to edit this thing to take the stupid cover off. Once you create your account, you should be able to just verify your email and be done. Oh, I have a chair. Yay, I have a chair. It has arrived. Oh, my back. Yes, it makes me excited. Chair building stream. I don't have a camera. Nor will I get a camera for some time to come. Because I'm in a closet. And when I say in a closet, I mean literally in a closet. I had put, probably easier to find him in open discussion at this point. Where are they? Geez, we post a lot of stuff in here. There it is. This is before I got my monitors mounted, but you can see there's my setup. I'm in one end of a closet. But I built myself a desk in the closet. Let's see. Okay, it's off. How's it going, Rich Trains? I was in the family room in the living room on the TV. I got a 65-inch TV I used to use as my monitor. But my wife got mad at me for keeping the TV tied up all the time. So I decided to get some monitors and spent quite a while trying to find where in my house I could stick a desk. Because we've got 10 pounds of poop in a 5-pound bag, if you understand the expression. So, yeah, I ended up setting myself up here in the closet and deciding to use this as my office space. You're waiting for the same conversation. Be careful. Sometimes they'll just have the conversation without you, Vortex. I can't say much, though. My wife has been amazing for these 18 years we've been married. And I don't say that just because she's next to me. I say that because she truly has been amazing. Heck, she's put up with me for 18 years. She deserves an award for that alone. Ow! That kind of smarts. I can start washing equipment over here. Look at that. Woohoo! Alright, stupid driver. Where'd you get stuck now? You got stuck again. I already know you did. Where'd you get stuck? Different driver? You, sir, are an impressive level of idiocy. What in the heck did you do? It's a snake eating its own tail. That is an impressive... That is impressive. That is worthy of flight mode on. Screenshot. Why are you not turning on my screenshot? Screenshot. Come on. There we go. That is impressive. I am thoroughly impressed on that one there, sir. Ouroboros, that's correct there, pimp. There you go. That is very impressive. Now where are you going? Okay, you're now physically irritating me. Do I have to slow you down too? You've never had an issue on this route. It is kind of, I don't know, symbolic in a way, isn't it? How much of the course do you have left to do? Oh, you're going up and down. Okay. You've got a bit to go yet. You're going along nicely? Yeah, you're not using a ton of lime down here. That's nice. I appreciate that. You're all done with the poppy on field 79? Sweetness. Then you can go start that field. Lots of poppy. Like a movie score on a Sunday, lazy Sunday afternoon. Yep. That's what I like about Pretzel. I've got it set on the chill station right now, and it's just... The racetrack right now doesn't do anything. Dave is working on trying... it keeps getting pushed down the list because he keeps finding new projects, of course. But the idea is that there will be a trigger on. Eventually the idea is there will be a trigger in here so that you can race around. You'll be able to bring like a pallet of gold in here. And like bet against yourself to go around the track and see how quick you can maintain a speed. You'll be able to line up and lower this gate out of the way and then see how quickly you can get around the track. And if you can do it in a certain time, you'll be able to make money against the gold you bet. But for right now, there's nothing that it does other than it's just here. The beluga. Oh look, it's the store image. If it goes there. Whisper. Okay. Hold on, let me check. What's the whisper? I have not heard that, Wayne. I have not heard that at all. Let's see. That was back in November. Comston Farm. Let's see. Alright, so at this point you probably heard the news. Situation is being about me. Interesting. An hour ago, yeah. Wow. Trying to find Oxygen's actual post. Interesting, yeah, apparently there was an issue with Chellington. Be out on console, just be patient. Yeah, it appears at this point, gang, that looks like Oxygen David is stepping away from modding for Farm Sim. Apparently. Yeah. That's what I'm getting from quite a bit of the look at yeah, looking at his Oxygen David's hub. It appears as though there was some issues with Chellington in regards to console. And Giants decided to do their thing. Not seeing any specifics as to what happened, but that's what it appears to be. I'm looking. Right now, he's quit modding. Interesting. Apparently, as I'm reading, and I don't know, I can't confirm this at this very moment, but it appears as though Oxygen David has been removed from ModHub. Due to some bad communication about an unlicensed brand. Oxygen Giants working on discussions and trying to... Yeah, hopefully they can Vortex. But in this case, he had some equipment on one of his maps that Giants took offense with, and they did their thing. One of the self-propelled sprayers needs to be... Yeah, I saw Chellington and potentially Sandy Bay as well, but I don't know for sure. It could have something to do with his traffic, because he uses custom models. Got it sent in. Where do they look at the... when do they look at the log files when they have a chance? I don't know for sure, because I haven't heard from Boom at all today, or seen Boom. And I did send a message off to Dave, because it appears as though he's online, but he might just be his computer on and he's not really working so much at the moment. I would take a look at it for you, but I have not gotten access from Dave yet, so I will try to check with Dave when I get a chance. Do you know what it said the Lua error was, Willie? It could be because of McDonald's. I don't know. I was just looking. I haven't really followed much lately. I know I was a big fan of a lot of his mods when I played on console, but I haven't been on console in months. And once I got to PC, of course, 16x maps, hello. So I haven't really been keeping up with him. He's probably out knocking over headstones. But I know on console, at least, I did like a lot of his maps. It's just they're so detailed, it's really hard to... Ouch. because of the slot counts, it's hard to actually get anything done. You know what I mean? Console is very limited with their slot count issue, which is kind of too bad. Sent another whisper. Lua call stack. Cylinder. It's got something to do with one of your vehicles. I don't know exactly which one though, without looking at the rest of your log file. But that is definitely a vehicle issue. It looks as though it's a specialization you've got added to your vehicles through a mod, possibly. But I wouldn't be able to... I can't tell without seeing the rest of the log file to see what it might be. I'm assuming you're on the Discord, Willie. Thank you for that follow, John Seeger. How are you doing this afternoon? Can't get it to play right at all. If you can send your log file to me on Discord, I can take a look at it quick. But that's the only way I'd be able to help you at the moment. I know under normal circumstances that's not the way we'd go about it, but if I can be of assistance quick, I will do what I can. Nope, not X-Man. Though I have been told we sound a lot alike. How's it going, Beretta? Look, it's a mole. Liking it so far, Beretta. Liking it so far. Just send it to me in a message, if you can, Willie. Yes, I'm gonna permit that. A mole that lives in a hole is fine, stupid Streamlabs. Only thing is, it needs those big LSWs. The super wide LSWs. Heck yeah. I love those things. Alright. A work needs to be filled, and somebody got to the end of their course. You got to the end of your course. So let's shut you down for the moment. You're still running. You're good. You're the one that needs to be filled. Give me a TNT so I can pull that tractor up. I already told you a-hole was permitted, stupid. Oh, the question mark did it. What, you don't like Fent there, John? That's my Fent farm. It's the smallest of my farms, so it's a Fent farm. And then Piper's my New Holland farm. And Dusty Lane is my Case farm. And this is my John Deere farm. Dave and Boom sound nothing alike to me. Most of my equipment is green, John. I have way more John Deere equipment than anything else. Really? Why don't you want to? Thank you, stupid. Afraid of that. Not quite far enough over. There. Drive, stupid tractor. Drive. I'm getting there. Slowly. That's going to be the last one I have to pH over there. Nice. I got 2 more fields over there to lime. I still have quite a few over here to lime, of course. Those ones are all done. That one's done. That one after that. Those 2. I'm getting there. No, you're not. You're not blocked by anything, stupid. I've always been a fan of the LSWs, the big wide LSWs. It's the guidance steering mod. I think it's listed as guidance steering. Not a problem, pimp. Very handy for making nice straight lines on your fields. Or if you just feel like running the field yourself because you've only got one or something to do, it's very handy for getting it nice and straight. You missed one of the squiggles on the octopus there, Henry. Missed part of his tentacle. He's gonna get upset and grab you now. Aw, I paid a toll. Shut up, stupid phone. time travel, John. It's time travel. That hurt. Hey, if anybody's interested, I got a great deal on a DeLorean. Very low miles. It's only been driven from time to time. Dad jokes are awesome. I'm my dad, I can do that. One of those corny jokes I saw on Facebook. Yeah. It was stainless, Henry. Stainless. Polished. Came back at the worst moment, Billy. Well, you're welcome to steal that for your kid if they're familiar with what Back to the Future is. If they're familiar with the movie. I actually think he was a bit ahead of his time. And I'd rather have one of those than a Fiero. Just saying. Let's see. Oh, I've got a thing here. Friends pending. Check. That movie would be a Pinto. Pinto. You know what would have been better than a Pinto pimp? A Gremlin. Can you picture that? A Gremlin instead. A little AMC Gremlin. Then they could have driven it through a car wash. Oh wait, wrong movie. You're just taking forever to come clean, ain't ya? Back of this thing doesn't want to come clean. Vega. A Datsun. True story, my first car was a Datsun 280ZX. Yeah, unfortunately the rear A-frames were rotted on it, so we never got a chance to really do much with it, but that was my first car when I was 15 years old. Forget the Chevette. Yeah, poopy cars, the Chevette. My second car was a 1990 Chevy Cavalier with like 0 factory options. It did not have the passenger mirror, the passenger side door mirror. I slid off the road one winter because of some black ice. If I'd have had a passenger side door mirror, the telephone pole would have taken it off the car. But since I didn't have a passenger side door mirror, I was safe. A purple Geo Tracker. My wife's first car was a Geo Metro. Not quite a tracker, but close. Oh, my knees. Her second car was also a Geo Metro. That was 3 different colors. Because she rolled the first Geo Metro. Note to the public, when the first Fast and the Furious movie came out and you're young and driving a car on a dirt road, don't try to be Fast and Furious. It doesn't end well. Especially when you don't know how to drift. Bad things happen. They do when you slide around on a dirt road and slide off into a ditch. Alright. A beep beep. I got a beep beep. Willie Mackey. Log text. Let's see what Willie's log looks like here, shall we? Take a quick look at his log. Alright. Ouch. Available mods, duplicate entry. Yep, lawn care from the Mowat trailers. Knew about that one. That's no big deal. Da, 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 da. Baylor extension. Seasons is missing. Folding. Straw harvest. Bale bios. Da, 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 da. Let's see. Those issues. Ooh, this right here is going to be an issue. Fill type mover. You've got 2 of them from the looks of it. Those can cause a lot of issues with Lua scripting. Because they run so much, they tie up all your Lua memory. It looks like one of them, they might have to do with your animal pens, maybe? At least this one does. It's an auto feeder. Script loaded, light matches Zoltan M. Or Dodge, maybe. Let's see. MWM dealer, that's probably not it. Let's see. Instant Wash by Viper GTS. I don't think that's it. That's not the mover. Let's see. FI feed mixers. Oh, that's the one Boom says he runs, isn't it? Forage mixing station, FS19. For TMR. Yeah, it could be. I know you've got two of them in here at least. One looks like it's after some form of an auto feeder. So you might want to look at it. Then it's loading a script here for Zoltan M, whatever that is. For a fill type mover. Those ones are big. They're going to cause a lot of issues, especially with these Lua errors. Shared assets, reflectors, lizard. It's loading wheels. This S700. I don't think it's got anything to do with that. But it's in Lua call stack errors. Could be because of those. Yes, fill type movers will always cause issues. The problem is they run every single second the map is open, and they're eating up your Lua memory when they do that. That's why they're very dangerous. On most maps you'd probably be fine, but on this map there's so much stuff going on that they eat up the Lua memory. Something is adding a specialization to that S700 that it's causing an issue with the Lua call stacks. Let's scroll down here. There's another one there. Yeah, it's throwing issues with the S700. I'm guessing, given where these things are loading, it's throwing an issue with the S700. Deleted the auto feeder. Took out the S700. Cannot find input product. Cannot add input product to unloading trigger. What's this feed company? Because I think this feed company might have something to do with your fill type mover. There's an error with the... Okay, that's not a big deal. I think there's just an issue where that needs to be updated. Let's see. Just 19. Feed trailer. Egg box replacer. CR1090, the Zucker. Hello? Is this thing on?
Are you live?
I am live. How's it going, X-Man?
Gotta cancel my stream tonight. I got a funeral
Ooh,
I have
that's
to go
not
to.
good.
As soon as
Sorry.
my wife texts me.
Sorry to hear that there, X-Man.
Yep. So, unfortunately, I will stream tomorrow, though. Sometime. I don't know when. When I get home.
Not a problem. Yeah, I've just been live for, well, going on almost 6 hours now.
I figured it's been a while.
Yeah, I'm taking a look at Willie's log file. He's got a couple of fill type movers trying to figure out, because something keeps throwing a lot of Lua issues with his S700 John Deere harvester. I'm taking
Yeah, it's gonna. If it's a mover script, you have one of the old time.
Yeah,
probably
it looks like he's got
forager.
it looks like he's got a feed company.
Okay.
That might be from the 4X. Wolfie's thinking it's from the 4X. Might be. That could be causing it. Dave always talks about not doing anything with scripting regarding the animals since they're so... Yep. Alright, Supra. Sorry to hear about your migraine. I will probably be streaming at some point tomorrow. And I don't know if you're in the stream or not, X-Man, but John Seeger said,
yeah, I see that.
You cheater.
Yeah.
Cheater.
I'm the least cheater out there, but that's just me.
Well, you're a touch above Dave. We'll say Dave's the least because he doesn't even use auto drive in course play, which I don't consider cheats, but...
Yep, I gotcha. I gotcha.
Yeah. Hog plus, but yeah, I would say take a look at that feed company. And I'm looking through, I don't see anything else that would be causing an issue with the John Deere. But it looks like something is adding a configuration or a specialization to it. Red Dirt may be ahead of Dave in the non-cheat category. If you want to go that route, then Jababo's ahead of us all.
Yeah.
He's the least cheaty of anything. Oh, X-Man, if you have not seen, this morning, Giants, and this is for anybody else that wasn't in it earlier, Giants announced a new DLC coming out next week.
If it's what I think it is, it's all small equipment, so it's pretty much blank.
It is. It's
so
it's
until they start giving me something I can really use in a field.
Yeah, it's the Grimmy potato pack, basically.
Yeah, give me some bigger potato, Yeah,
it's got all pulled behind potato stuff and everything. It's like, oh, that's a Jababo pack. But yeah, I don't know. I see a feed thing. Other than between that, I don't really see much. I'm scrolling down through. I recognize most of these.
Yeah, but there are no wide planners or nothing for potatoes, so it's just like
construction site placeable. Is that the one from the production? The in-game mod hub where they were trying to add production to console maps.
I'm not sure.
Because that might possibly have one of those fill type movers in it. I don't know. I'm not familiar with it. Does nothing, just a placeable. Alright. I wasn't sure. I remember there's one construction site that's kind of like a storage / weird placeable thing. But I haven't really messed around with it enough to know. I just saw it come across the mod hub one day. Didn't pay too much attention to it. Farm buildings pack, farmers market. That's not it. Fast forward 6K. That's a speed thing. FI feed mixers. I know I've heard. Modding. Wood factory. Goldmaster graveyard. 480 hand plant saplings. Those aren't it. Emperor, info menu, info display, those are all good. International Transstar. Camper craft. Light pack. Good trailer. Mahindra. Mass per liter. What's this mass per liter?
Mass per liter.
Yeah. FS19 mass per liter mod. Oh, that might be one of those movers.
What is the mod called?
Mass per liter version 1.0. I'm trying to open it up now on my other screen, but it mentions credits Zoltan M. It shows you can increase the capacity of your devices, lightweight of crops. I don't know what it does, but I do know one of those fill type movers. Where are you? Came right here. Script loaded light mass per liter Zoltan M fill type mover 1.030.
There you go.
I would assume that's one of them, and then the feeder, the auto feeder, is the other one. So take a look at those, see what happens. It could be changing the weights, but something right around that point was loading that fill type mover script. So it's worth disabling it just to check and make sure it's not that. I don't know if it's got a fill type mover in it or not. I can try and download it quick and open it up. Show in folder, 7-zip, open archive. Mass per liter, Lua, F4. Fill type manager. You're a giant Lua script. Yeah, because it's running and basically just trying to increase the mass of everything. So it could definitely be locking stuff up if you've already got Lua issues. I would reload, see what happens, and go from there. Am I gonna be able to sneak you in here? Aha! In you go. Oh, I don't think I have a plow up here yet. And I know I'm gonna need one. Update mass equals faults works a lot better in my opinion. You need to go to the store, sir. There you go. Even if you decrease it to unrealistic values, all I need to do is put mass equals faults. Like Pimp showed, update mass equals faults in your XML, and 1,000,000 liters doesn't mean anything at that point. I mean, this thing's got 700,000 liters of stuff in it right now. Holds 1.2 million total. There you are. You're not the one that needs to be refilled. You are. Which direction were you running? That one. Okay. Easy enough. This is a very nice trailer, yes. Does it not have a horn? What's the button for the horn? I don't know. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Well, he's not going to get very far. Oh well. Yeah, no horn. Interesting. Yeah. R1 and X does nothing. No horn. You're right, John. It does need a horn. Honestly, I've never tried to honk it, so I never really paid attention. I'm almost done planting. Yay! That reminds me. I need to go buy that plow. Plows, plows, plows. This way. Alright, we're gonna go... No, you're that one. I don't want that one, I want that one. We're gonna go Fent green and Fent red. And, hey, wrong button. Did I lease that or buy it? I think I leased it. I did. That is true, John. It's clean. There's no errors with it, and it's a nice truck. I like it. They did a pretty good job with it. Alright, you're off on your next little mission of... That didn't remove the Lua. Did it get rid of the fill-type movers, Willie? Alright, that's progress. You're still getting the Lua call stack, though, with the... John Deere, I'm assuming? I'm right here. I'm just going to drive back and get lime. Have you made any... Oh, you took the John Deere out? But you're still getting the Lua thing, huh? Well, do me a favor, send me your updated log and I'll take a look and see if I can't, take another look at it quick. Were you able to load into the game this time at least? No. What's causing that, I wonder? Alright, if you don't want to do it, don't do it then. I'll go over to this field. Be that way. Auto feeder is still there, but taken out of mod folder. You took it out of your mod folder, but it's still showing up in the log file. Interesting. Yeah, go ahead and send me an updated copy of your log. I'll take another look. Wait a minute. Hey, dummy. You did that for nothing. The game mechanics, do you ever need to deploy it? You can deploy it. I don't necessarily ever bother because I don't have mass on most of my trailers. But there are some mods out there that would make it necessary. I was sitting literally right next to my, not silo, farm. Work tool needs to be refilled, do you think? You didn't sit around long enough for me to actually finish filling up the first time. But there are some mods out there that will make the ground, make you sink into the ground and stuff like that, where you would be necessary to deploy the tag axle. I mean, it wouldn't hurt me driving around, I just never really bother. Yeah, the real dirt mod, or whatever it is. It sure can. Like the start up on the Western Star, the cold start. Oh, I gotta fix that. Yeah, the lights on it are nice and bright, yes. I have not yet. It hasn't been dark enough for me to. Oh, wow. Yeah. Well, that'll do. I like those lights there, X-Man.
Yeah, nice.
Won't have any problem seeing with that thing. Great demand at the spinnery. Nope, I don't care. Yeah, those are nice. I forgot to increase the capacity of my Massey Ferguson sprayer. That ain't gonna get very far. Not at all. Oh, my youngest is home. That's why the dog's barking. That Case Titan. Oh, what do you know? It's about to run out of lime. In 3, 2, out. Phew. That lime spreader is a little dirty. Nope. There. Case tight. Oh yeah, I am refilling the case tighten at the moment. Duh. Alrighty doity. I got all my planting done today. It's been a productive day. Been productive so far. Oh, Dave must have gone down for his nap. His computer's off now. Or I should say he's not in Discord anymore. Well, he had been for quite a while, but now he's not in Discord anymore, so I'm guessing he went down for a nap. Really, dude? Yeah, I'm definitely just gonna have to plow these 3 fields together, because apparently there's not enough boundary to them anyway. Anything more than like a 4-meter working width, and it just jumps from one field to the next anyway. So I might as well just plow them all together at the end of the season. Helper has completed their task. Which one's Jesse? Or is that the one I was just messing with? Yeah, go ahead and save. Thank you. Yeah, that one had to be Jesse. Oh, excuse me. Yep. Alright. Port Washington maybe is that where I left my truck? That's where I left my truck. There we go. Make that money. I have land to buy. Somewhere. Yeah, I'll save up and I'll buy that plot next, I guess. I haven't heard from Boom today either. Too big of a dead zone for Farm Sim with that, I guess. I have to change that. Up to the gravel pit, sir. Alright, there we go. I think I'm gonna go till about 4 o'clock this afternoon. Another 10 minutes or so. Let's see. Yeah. Anybody have any suggestions for a raid? Yeah, no, camping guy's playing ATS. Apparently it doesn't like the fingers, the way it was spelt by Pretzel. Yeah, that's kind of where I was at there, pimp. I got somebody, I had somebody in mind for a minute, and then I'm like, well, no, he's not that family friendly. Okay, which one was I gonna go with? I don't remember. Oh yeah, that's right. You were the goofy one, weren't you? Yeah, you were the goofy one. Let's see. OCD is kicking in with the trailers, huh, Seeger? Otherwise, he's in Vanilla. Sheriff Eli isn't on at all, so he's out. RFBG. Yeah, those trailers never ever see a farmyard. They go from the mines to the sell point and back again. It's Quisha with the words ultimate mustache. Yeah, I was thinking at first Kelva, but he's not exactly family friendly. Let's go take a look at who's actually in Farming Simulator right now. Polish, German, Italian, English. No. There's me. Kelva. Let's see. Multiplayer maps. Yeah, I don't recognize any of these names at all. Anybody on your list there, X-Man, that's online at the moment?
Let me look. Virtual Farmer.
Virtual Farmer.
Yep. I've raided him before.
Yeah, we could always go give him a raid. On Bessie Beneath. I was literally just
actually
scrolling down through, and it's like...
Actually, be honest with, hold on, G-Dog.
G-Dog?
1701.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he just He just went live.
Oh, he did indeed. Yes, he did. He wasn't on there just a minute ago. Yeah, we'll go ahead and give him a raid in a few minutes there.
Yeah, he's playing the map.
Alright, yeah, he just popped up on my list as I was scrolling down through, so. I've got my foot on the gas. Stop telling me I'm not driving, silly thing. Alright, Willie. I'll take a look at it. At least it's progress if you're getting the load in now. That's what we're here for.
Yep.
Jumped me. Should have known it was coming too. I saw it say it in the chat, and then it took like an extra 10 seconds to go off. Oh, somebody with one of the screamer things. Apparently I've been streaming long enough that everybody's walk-ons are going off again.
Nice.
I just cracked the 6-hour barrier, so.
Nice.
Was it there the Sunday after you left for vacation? I did a 12-hour stream.
Nice.
I started streaming in the morning, and next thing you know, it's like 4 hours go by, 5 hours, 6 hours, and then I want to say it was Wayne and somebody else was like, you should do a 12-hour stream, and I'm like, no, I don't want to do a 12-hour stream right now. I'm not prepared for it. But before you know it, 7 hours went by, 9 hours went by. Heck with it, might as well just do the 12 at this point.
Yeah, baby! Yeah, baby!
Just got to that point that I said, what the heck, why not? Beretta created it. Blurp walk on, huh? Nice. Oh, that's good, Willie. What I would suggest is slowly, like 1 or 2 mods at a time, add them back in. And then keep an eye on your log file, and once you get to a point, you should see it pop up and it'll tell you exactly, add them back in one or 2 at a time, so you know, alright, it's got to be one of these 2, or it's got to be one of just a couple. And then you'll have a much better idea of which one it was that was causing it. So, I mean, I know that John Deere 700, I've got 4 of them on the map right now, and I've had no issues at all with that mod, but it could be you've got a different version or something else is trying to add a specialization to it, and that's what's causing the issue with that John Deere mod. It can happen that way. Alright, that's the 4 o'clock mark. So I appreciate you all coming and hanging out. I really do. Let me hit this screen here. Great, my friend. We'll see you next stream. We'll send a message when I get them back in. Alright, not a problem, Willie. I appreciate everybody for coming out. Thank you all. Especially Wolfie and Pimp in the Box for the gifted subs, if I recall. And Oppies again for the bits. I'm trying to remember. I streamed for so long, it's like, what did I do?
Come on, use your brain. No, just kidding.
My brain shut down hours ago. Thanks, of course, everybody for the all the new followers. And I should be live again tomorrow at some point, so I will catch you all then. And let's go see G-Dog. 2 viewers. Let's go surprise him, shall we? Alright, everybody. See you all next time.
See you guys.